All right. All right, well, welcome everybody to the Board of Supervisors for Humboldt County, Tuesday, February 10th meeting, 2026. And can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Chair. Supervisor Madrone.
Present.
Supervisor Arroyo. Here. Supervisor Bone.
Aye.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Good morning.
Chair Wilson.
Present.
All are here.
All right. Let's do the salute to the flag. And Supervisor Bone, lead us in the...
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Right. Excellent. All right, because we're online today, we do have virtual opportunities to attend the meeting. And Kaylee, do you have some instructions for that today?
I do.
Okay.
This meeting is being conducted in accordance with the Brown Act and applicable state and local requirements. Members of the public may participate in person and/or remotely as noticed on the agenda. For those participating remotely, public comment is welcomed and encouraged. To ensure your voice is heard, it is recommended that you raise your hand at the start of the item you wish to comment on. If you are joining by computer or mobile device, please use the raise hand feature to indicate your desire to speak. When it is your turn, you will be unmuted by staff. If you are joining by telephone, please press *9 to raise your hand. When recognized, you may press *6 to unmute yourself and begin speaking. Please state your name for the record before making your comment. The board asks that all participants conduct themselves with respect and courtesy. Comments should be directed to the board as whole and limited to the time allowed. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that. All right, moving on to modifications to the agenda. CAO, do we have any modifications today?
Good morning, Chair Wilson. There's one modification. Item D10 is being pulled from consent.
D10 is being pulled from consent. I'd also ask that if it's possible to move the budget item to come after the first of the hearing items, just so, because we have one supervisor that's leaving earlier today, and I want to make sure that that item, which requires a 4/5 vote, is earlier in the day, so.
That is fine, and that's at chair discretion.
Okay, I digress. Oh, there we go. Okay, so great. Okay, so let's move. We've done modifications to the agenda. We've done. There will be a time set today at 1:30, which is a conference with legal counsel, and then also. And that's it for time sets. And so we're going to move on to the consent calendar. And this is where we're at. So if there are any comments from the board on the consent calendar, it looks like we have a couple of appointments people may want to talk about. And if not, I'm going to go to public comment. Seeing no comment from the board, is there public comment online?
Yes, Chair. Caller 7718, I will unmute you and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning. I hope you can hear me from Mexico. Kansawatsky here. I wish to make comment on number one on D3. It's when you sell your properties, your tax properties, you have options. Apparently, we're finally refunding money to the people who got, well, you receive more money in excess than what the cost of the auction and what the amount owed was. That's on D3. According to this, I think there are 4 or 5 people who get checks. Gordon Kesbro wins the prize because out of the $27,284 and change, he gets $26,879. My question is why is this taking so long from June 15th of 2023 for these people to get their checks? It seems like with today's day and age technology, we could do that faster. I did wish to also make comment on item D13. Apparently, we reached an agreement with our Humboldt deputy sheriffs for a pay thing, and apparently they're getting a $3,000 lump sum lump sum payment. And I wonder if this is setting precedent. I encourage you to also give your other employees the same amount, $3,000 to somebody who's making just a little bit of money. I know it does cost the county more, but precedent's been set here for a lump sum payment to the rest of your employees when those come forward to you in the near future. And let's see, I will also be speaking on item D10, which has been pulled. So take an opportunity to speak on these items on the consent calendar today.
That's all, Chair.
Okay, is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to anything that's on the consent calendar? All right, seeing none, I'll just ask for a motion and a second to pass the consent calendar.
I have a comment if I could, Chair.
By all means.
Thank you. I just want to thank James Derschlag for the appointment to Humboldt County Housing Authority. I appreciate him being willing and everybody that does our boards and commissions. It takes a lot of volunteerism and commitment to do these, and so we're always looking for people. And yeah, reach out to one of us if you do want to do some community service. With that, I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
And I'll second and thank Kurt McCrae for his service on the Forestry Committee as well.
Ditto.
I'd like to thank Jimmy Derschlag as well as his wonderful trombone playing and band leader of one of the Latin Peppers. So yeah, he's a multi-talented character. All right. So with that, is there any objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, then we're going to go to items pulled from consent, and that's D10.
Chair?
Yep, and Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. I asked for this item to be pulled just because I need to recuse, so I'll be stepping out of the room.
Through the chair, I'll make a motion for item number, the Measure S tax.
Remember, this is on consent, or was on consent. So I hear your motion. I'm just going to move this to Zoom to see if we have any public comment.
Do we have a second, or should I pull out?
No, I'll second. It's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Caller 7718, I will unmute you and you will have 3 minutes.
Hello, Kent Swatsky again. There's something I'm not quite understanding. I'm glad we're finally eliminating what I feel has become a money pit as far as spending money and not receiving money back. I think we have $12.5 million in collectible, $11.45 million in past due balances from prior years. Hopefully we will do our due diligence and get some of that back because we're going to need it right away. I didn't get a chance to get a hold of Alicia Hayes here, but I look at this particular source of funding and it has projected amounts or estimated to change funding sources, and it has general fund 335, and then has a credit for fees other of 100,000, leaving a total funding source of 225,000. But I guess don't know where this is going. The financial impact, usually these balance out. You have financial impact and you have the source of funding, but it's all zero. So maybe Alicia can explain why that's not showing where that particular $225,000 is going. It's just a question. I apologize for not having gotten clarification on this before the meeting. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this. And again, it's Measure S has not been repealed as far as voters are concerned. Some people think this does it, but it's still standing there. And maybe someday, just to clean this thing up, someday in the future, you'll put it on the ballot when we have time and have the voters go ahead and officially repeal this tax that I wrote the opposition to back when, and before the voters before. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Caller 3053, I will unmute you and you will have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Thomas Mulder here. I just want to thank you for bringing this back, and obviously it was on consent, but I know those that are left in the industry appreciate it. It's definitely needed for our community, and just want to say thank you. You know, I comment a lot complaining about things sometimes, but sometimes you do see changes that are needed and make the appropriate actions. So thank you again. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
That is all on Zoom, Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the room that wants to speak to this item, D10? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second. Is there any objection to unanimous consent? None heard, so it passes 4-0. Good job, Sean. Killing it. All right. Well, let me just get my items here together. I believe the next item we have is brought to us by the Planning and Building Department. And this is a request to modify a special permit. Take it away, Director Ford. When you get, oh, hold on. I need to open the public hearing.
No, well, first, Chair, you would have public comment on non-agenda items.
Oh, I apologize. Hold tight. This is the time when we have public comment on non-agenda items. Can we take it to the Zoom and see where we're at?
Yes, Chair. Caller 7718. I will unmute you, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning again. I'm glad you're taking public comment on non-agenda items. I wanted to make a comment a little bit about something that's going on in the Blue Lake area. There's an event planner, I don't know his name, but he puts on an event called CanaFest. I guess he can't have it anywhere else, so he's trying to move it to the city of Blue Lake. I highly recommend, if you're an event planner, you don't start advertising an event and promising people it's going to be somewhere till you contact the city and get your permits, or at least get something lined up. Allegedly, if the city of Blue Lake doesn't allow this to happen there, and it's an extremely watered down event, my understanding is they won't be selling any cannabis products there. I'm hoping that people who count on it being what it was before, a lot of the people in Blue Lake said they ought to, you can have a new event, rename it, but to have people come out there and not have it be the same event probably would be a little disingenuous. I did also wish to make comment. I think we have 2 weeks off, so I'm going to give you a little bit of what I call Poli-Sci 1000. And people say, well, why are there only 2 people running in unopposed for the 4th and 5th district? And to answer that question, there are those who see what's about to happen in the county, and they're wise enough not to want to sit in the chairs. With the economy that's about to crash in Humboldt County, slowly but surely, I wouldn't want to be in your position, but some people might have a little bit of a masochistic tendency, and so your wish is going to be granted. I hope you find it an interesting time in the future. So thank you for my chance to make comment on non-agenda items today.
All right, thank you.
That's all on Zoom, Chair.
All right, we're now in the chambers. If there's anyone here that wants to speak on items not on the agenda, this is the time to do it, please.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name's Joanne McGarry, and 3 things. I'll just remind you, on the 250th birthday of our country, how are we going to celebrate? And hopefully not with loud, noisy, polluting, dangerous, harmful fireworks. So I, again, encourage you to make a statement soon so that we can be prepared to know what we're going to do on the 4th of July. I also want to talk about the Climate Action Plan. I was attending the Eureka City Council meeting last week, where I was the only one who spoke up on that issue, on that matter, and they passed it unanimously. Looking forward to getting through the slog of this whole matter. And just really want to say, I actually came here in a fossil-fueled vehicle because I wasn't quite sure I would be able to get back to an appointment I have in Arcata. But last week when I rode my bike, it was last week, I was so exhausted having ridden the entire trail down to Sequoia Humane Society and back to Eureka and wanted to attend the Eureka City Council. I needed to find a safe place to store my e-bike overnight so I could take the bus back because I did not feel safe riding in the dark on that Humboldt Bay Trail, especially out on the peninsula part of it. So again, we need to figure out how to make the folks who want to not drive a fossil-fueled vehicle and reduce our vehicle miles traveled and our greenhouse gas emissions to have safe places to park their vehicles. And so I just say that out loud. And I've been following the monks, and so today is going to be my peaceful day. And in mindfulness of that, I brought my peace and love flag that I wear and carry around for many years now. And the monks are in Washington, D.C. I think we all could benefit by paying attention to their message. It's a beautiful one. So the last thing I want to talk about is related to animal welfare. And over the weekend, Shannon Miranda posted a video of some dogs that he rescued from an abandoned cannabis grow. And there was a male dog tied up to a chain, a female dog who had just given birth to 11 puppies, and he was going back to rescue 7 or 8 more dogs that have been left cruelly and abusively abandoned on abandoned cannabis grows. I know cannabis grows are not the only place where animal cruelty exists, but it highlighted for me our need in our community for a state humane officer through the local animal welfare organizations. So we need to do something.
All right. Is there anyone else in the room who wants to speak on items not on the agenda? Okay, seeing none, I guess now we'll move to the public hearing. I will open the public hearing and ask Director Ford to get us started.
Thank you, Chair Wilson. Good morning. Good morning, members of the Board of Supervisors. John Ford with Planning and Building. Joining me this morning is Cliff Johnson and Steve Lazar, who will do the presentation, and Destiny Valesco with County Counsel's Office is also
I want to
here.
interrupt for one
Yes.
second. I just want to ask if there's any ex partes that anyone wants to talk about. I just will note that I did get a call at about 11:30 a.m. yesterday from Jennifer Kalt with Humboldt Waterkeeper. Thank you. Just asking me about the process and when we might be doing this meeting today. So my response was it'll be early, and it's the process that we always have. So sorry, John, to interrupt. I just wanted to make sure everything was on the record.
No, thank you for that. I do just want to do a brief housekeeping moment before Mr. Lazar begins and say that the original permit was denied by the Planning Commission. It was approved on appeal by the board. So in order to just address this expediently, the request for the modification has been brought straight back to the board. That's why there is no Planning Commission recommendation here. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Lazar to address the request.
We bring up the PowerPoint. Or I can share. It's not Zoom or? It's not showing on Zoom. Okay, thanks, John. Okay, thank you. So yeah, as Director Ford just mentioned, this is a modification of a special permit. A special permit initially brought to the Planning Commission in 2020 and brought to the board in late 2020 and approved by the board. You can see the application number and the parcel numbers there. And the applicant on this project is a combination of Jeff Wills, who's the property owner, and Outfront Media, who I believe holds some ownership of the billboard. So the next slide here, we have a picture from yesterday of the billboard, just for everybody's reference. The special permit that was granted by the board in September of 2020 authorized reconstruction of a destroyed billboard pursuant to provisions of the code that allow for that. The permit was conditioned with a 5-year permit term, so it was a term-limited approval, allowing the billboard to remain 5 years from the date of the board action. So that was September 29th of 2025. And this modification that we bring forward to you today is requesting to either remove the condition restricting the term to 5 years or perhaps receive an extension of some duration. So here's a vicinity map showing the project location. Towards the bottom of the screen is the lower Humboldt Hill and the Spruce Point area, and you can see King Salmon. This is in a stretch of US Highway 101 that lies between the Humboldt Hill exit and the Herrick exit. And it straddles the oxbows in the Elk River that you can see, and is located between the highway and Elk River. So in these next few slides, we're going to talk about kind of the basis for the original consideration, which was under the, oh, looks like Zoom's spinning.
Did we lose our feed?
Mr. Black, are we still online with the public?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good to know.
Okay. So we're going to talk about the context under which the original special permit was being considered. So the code, zoning regulations always have a provision for consideration of what some refer to as grandfathered uses or structures. In our case, we call them non-conforming, legal non-conforming structures. It's essential because things predate code or come out of compliance with code. And to the extent of this matter, the billboard that had been destroyed in November of 2019, it was a structure that predated the zoning regulations. We have photographic evidence we'll show you in a second that shows that it had been situated at the site for at least 60 to 70 years. You know, so because of that, it is legal, but not in conformance with the local zoning regulations, with the building codes, or with the Coastal Act, because it predates all of those paradigms. So this next slide is a picture from 1955 from Special Collections at Cal Poly. You can see Upper Humboldt Hill at the bottom of the screen, the Spruce Point area in the middle, and then that stretch of the highway between the kind of South Broadway Humboldt Hill exit and the Herrick exit. And as we zoom in, this in orange, we'll zoom in a second, but that's the billboard we're talking about today. And we're going to zoom into this area. And here we see kind of dual views. To the right is the same photo we were looking at from 1955. And to the left is sort of a contemporary satellite image and a 1957 photo. What you can see is there was upwards of 20 billboards in this stretch of the highway, and only 2 remain, the one in yellow and the one in orange. And in this last slide, you can see once again, here's that stretch, there's the oxbows of the Elk River, and there's the 2 billboards that still are standing at this point. So this view shows kind of what we're talking about. The one in yellow is not before the board today. It is also held by the leaseholder out front. And the one in orange is the one we're talking about. So the destruction occurred in late November 2019 during a winter storm event. Here's a photograph showing it shortly after its destruction. I'm going to go through a series of photos that kind of show it. This is in August of 2020, some months later. These next few photos are from August 2020. You can see the billboard had collapsed and been no longer erect. Here's another view showing it from Elk River itself. And these next views are after the board's action in September of 2020. So the billboard was repaired and re-erected. This is a view looking north along the shoulder of the highway. You can see the framing of the billboard. Oops. Okay, here's another close-up showing that it was under construction when I took these photographs. This was in February of 2021. Some other views closer up on the ground. Some of the restrictions of the permit required no heavy equipment, the use of wheelbarrows and post hole diggers, instead of anything else, and that was evident during the construction. And then you can see here, this next view is showing the posts being, new posts. 6 to 9 posts were allowed under the board's approval. There was an attempt to restrict the amount of new ground disturbance. And then lastly, here's a view of it from the east. So today, this is the view from yesterday of the sign. And we're going to start talking about kind of the paradigm under which the board's action is occurring as far as the permitting that has occurred. So the one important thing to really hammer on is that we're no longer dealing with a non-conforming structure under the code. When the board took action in September of 2020 to approve the special permit, the billboard changed from a non-conforming structure to a conforming structure. And importantly, when the billboard collapsed, it ceased to be a non-conforming structure. It was destroyed. The non-conforming structure, the non-conforming use was removed. So the board had the right, and the applicant had the right to request reconstruction, but they weren't requesting reconstruction of a non-conforming structure. They were requesting to be allowed to put up a billboard because of the prior structure that had been destroyed by casualty. That's an important distinction because some of the arguments you've heard from the applicant is that they have a vested right, they have, their due compensation for this being taken without compensation. So that is not the case. The board essentially, under a very specific provision of the code, allowed the erection of a new billboard for a term limit, and it was a new billboard, not a non-conforming structure. So the special permit, when the board took action, was originally requested in December of 2019. It brought to the Planning Commission in May of 2020, and it was denied by the Planning Commission 4-2, and the board received it on appeal, and after several hearings took action in late September to conditionally approve the special permit, subject to the conditions that we've already been discussing, the term limit, et cetera. So in talking about the action taken, there's been some debate by the applicant that it wasn't legal for the board to apply a term limit, and staff wants to be clear that it absolutely was, because we weren't dealing with anything other than the approval of a discretionary permit. Discretionary permits can include term limits. It's not uncommon. Reagan on the River has a 5-year permit term. There's lots of things, examples. And at the time that the board took action, it's important to recognize that you didn't have to approve it, period. Like, if you had denied it, it would have been no different than approving it for the 5-year permit. It was not something that was required. There was no requirement to approve it. There was there's nothing there other than weighing the evidence and the findings. And anytime a discretionary permit is approved, whether it's a special permit or a conditional use permit, the decision maker has the ability to apply conditions of approval as long as there's a nexus and they're proportional to the project. And so in the context of this action, the term limit and the removal requirement was absolutely a reasonable requirement to apply. The board was balancing public debate about the actual structure and its rebuilding. There were policies in the general plan to discourage the use of billboards. The only way that it could be considered was because of its non-conforming conditions, and it was not, as I mentioned earlier, there was no obligation to approve it just because an application was made. In weighing all that, the board chose to apply a term limit, which is the subject of why we're here today. They're revisiting that restriction. And when it comes to the billboard, as I mentioned earlier, it was not a reconstruction of a non-conforming structure. It was a new placement in the context of the Outdoor Advertising Act. So the Outdoor Advertising Act includes protections for non-conforming structures. This is not one of those situations. And then consequently, there's no requirement for the board to compensate the owner should they choose to restrict the term or enforce the restricted term, or require or consider any kind of amortization concept, because that's not relevant. It's not part germane to this action. And then lastly, we want to hammer on, it needs to be recognized that the applicant was party to all of the actions that were taken by the Planning Commission and the board. They were there for the hearing where the special permit was approved. They subsequently, in disagreeing with that decision, filed for a writ of mandate, and that should be noted. But they didn't pursue that remedy, and they withdrew that and moved forward to securing a building permit, which demonstrates, in our opinion, an acknowledgement that this is a restricted term limited permit that they are building a structure under. And the construction of the sign, those photos were from early February 2021. The sign was up later that month. So it's important to also note that the permit included conditions that have not been met by the applicant. Specifically, the permit anticipated that to remove this structure would require a coastal permit through the Coastal Commission, that would take time, and consequently it would be necessary for the applicant to initiate that process well in advance of actually removing the structure. So a September 29th deadline of 2024 was part of the conditions. No coastal permit was ever sought by the applicant. A demolition permit would be needed to remove the structure. No demolition permit was sought, and there was a deadline for that in May of last year. And then also, most obviously, the sign was supposed to be removed in September of 2025. In October, they applied for the modification request. So we want to be clear, like the prior special permit, the board today has no obligation to approve the modification request. The code permits modifying entitlements, so you have the ability to go in any direction, really, just like before. So it is absolutely acceptable for the applicant to make this request. And the only thing in considering granting something like a modification is that it can't alter the findings that were made during the original action. So you have to weigh that when considering it. And then lastly, it needs to be made clear that this special permit situation is very unique in that we won't ever be here again. All of the billboards that remain that have any kind of legal nonconformance are treated under new regulations, sign regulations, which I'll go through in a moment, that have a very different approach than the paradigm that existed when this matter came before the board in 2020. So we'll talk about that. The inland sign regulations were adopted in 2024. The coastal sign regulations were adopted, the most recently revised ones, in October of last year. They took effect recently, and both sets of regulations do not allow billboards, don't allow destroyed billboards to be rebuilt if they're in locations that are problematic, like flood zones, riparian areas, environmentally sensitive habitat areas, or wetlands, all of which are applicable to the site we're talking about. And even where they are allowed to be reconstructed, they're subject to a 15-year permit term limit and a use permit, not a special permit. So this situation is kind of the last of its kind, and it gives the board more flexibility, but it doesn't require the board to take action to grant the request. So with respect to that, the staff is recommending that the board deny the request for the modification to the permit. We want to make note that the prior board action was a unanimous approval to apply it, to approve the special permit with the term limit. There's no information that's been provided that would challenge the findings that were made at the time the previous approval occurred. And so consequently, that's our recommendation. And we want to acknowledge that we've received, the board has received over 50 public comments in the last few days, all of which that we've seen support denial. And then lastly, as mentioned, the board has latitude in this matter. You don't have to deny it, you don't have to approve it, but you have the ability to, should you go in a different direction than our recommendation and choose to modify the permit, two potential alternatives exist. One that we see, one is to extend it for a specific duration, and then the other is to just remove the term limit entirely, which should that occur, that would make it allowed to remain on the site indefinitely. And of course, if you do go in that direction, since our resolution doesn't reflect those findings, we would recommend that you continue the public hearing and give us time to adopt a new to prepare a new resolution reflecting the decision of the board, and make sure in doing so to articulate the reason for going in a different direction. So with that, I'll end my presentation, and we'll be available for comments.
All right, thank you. We're going to go now into board questions, of the staff and the staff report. So if you have questions, Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. And I wasn't on this board in 2020, and you have quite a new board actually from then. But I'm curious that with the September, so on one of the slides it said September 29th, 2024, the billboard was supposed to come down?
Actually, it was September 29th, 2025. The 24 date was a date that they were required to submit for a coastal development permit with the Coastal Commission, because the location of the sign from a coastal standpoint is within retained jurisdiction of the Coastal Commission. So any development, which would also include removal of the sign, would require them to issue a coastal development permit. And so that condition was placed in there to start that process a year before the actual removal date.
And none of that was done.
That's correct.
So if none of that stuff was done, I'm wondering if there were issuance of notification to the billboard owner?
We did communicate with the permit holder in July of 2025, advising them of the coming date in September and the fact that they had not started that process. Yes.
Okay. And then for the chair, I see, I think I'm not sure if are they applicants, or is this just from the planning?
The applicant is here.
And I see you out there, but I'm hoping that we can also hear from them.
It's on the list here.
Okay, just saying it because I want to. Those are all my questions for right now. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Chair. Well, thank you for the presentation. Steve, you used the term hammer. I think basically you just meant you wanted to emphasize the various elements that you explained and stuff. So just an unfortunate use of a term, I would say. And I know what you meant was to emphasize. So I just wanted to offer that clarification. So, yeah, thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Royal.
Thank you for the clarification about the CDP for removal. Yeah, I was wanting to get a little bit more context about, should the staff recommendation be what we move forward with today, what would the removal process look like?
So at this point, the removal process would not be related to the permit, because the permit would, depending on what the board chooses to do, would no longer be in effect. It would be denied. So at that point, it becomes an enforcement action either for the county or for the state, because there would no longer be a permit present.
I'm sorry, I think I misunderstood. You were saying that the permit would no longer be in effect, but isn't it already not in effect because the 5-year period has ended?
It's stayed because there's a modification request in place.
Okay, thank you.
Can you wait? Supervisor Bone? Get back to you. Supervisor Bone. This question's for
Trust me, you
staff.
got to be careful what you say, Steve. I didn't even bother me. Anyway, you mentioned reggae on the river. This is like a permit like reggae on the river. So is reggae on the river not going to, or are they going to be able to apply for their modified permit in 5 years, much like they're doing now? I mean, you brought it up, so.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Bone. They're similar in the fact that there's a term limit on the permit. And the issue with reggae is it really is anticipated that there would be a reapplication for that. I don't think that was the intent of the board here, but that's why the modification is being brought back to see if the board were willing to reconsider the time limit.
And then I want to go back to the 50 comments you got. Were those the same box comments that came from, I think it was Baykeeper or Waterkeeper or whatever? I think Mike had the same problem I did. But is that the same box one that had Gen CC on the bottom?
A lot of them that I saw had that. Yep.
All right. Button. Okay. Yeah, I just... And I'll tell you, I can go either way on this. I didn't have any ex parte communications. I won't say that Jeff didn't call me twice. I can say that I didn't call him back. I think he called me once. And I can say Jeff, and you guys could decide which one. But this has been here since 1955, and I can honestly say nobody's ever said anything. I grew up out there. I know, but I do know it. Talking to the businesses that do business with them, that come down, they're not doing business because they have to. They pay, you saw, they have to pay a pretty good rate, and this is a way they can get their word out there. And I think in these economic times, the attack we do every week on local business here and small business is going to come back and bite us on sales tax, property tax, employee taxes, the people that actually work for these outfits. But it's our little, it'll make us feel better. And it doesn't make me feel better because I was raised in a small business on a corner grocery store. So I understand. I drove by it 6 times this weekend on purpose, and then I did a inventory of people that advertise it. It amazed me how much of our native population advertises their businesses on the billboards, especially the ones closer to the bay, across the way. That it amazes me how many health professionals advertise, but it kind of amazes me how many non-national groups advertise. It's a lot of local businesses. I don't know what the percentage are. I didn't do a count, but it's a pretty good idea of a way they feel. I don't think we can sit here and figure out how to enhance somebody's local business because a lot of us haven't been in business. So we're going to get our paycheck every 2 weeks. It doesn't matter. But I think we have to look at the bigger picture all the time of what it's doing financially. I know that doesn't come in to the play, but what does it really do to our well-being if we take it down or keep it up? I mean, Caltrans has many more square footage of signs between Humboldt Hill and Elk River than these 2 signs, square footage-wise, on the right-hand side and the east and west sides. So, and everybody says, well, they don't need billboards because they can use their phone. Well, you don't need signs telling you where to turn off because we have phones, but we don't want people looking at their phones when they're driving. So,
Supervisor Bone, I'm trying to keep it
I'll
to
go ahead,
questions
Mike.
of staff.
Yeah,
Thanks.
I am. Thank you, though, for directing me. I wish we could look at that as a whole, but we don't. So I think I'm probably explaining why I'll probably vote no on this, but I just wish we could spend as much time supporting local business.
All right, Supervisor Bushnell, questions of staff?
Yeah. So I'm going to hit on something that Supervisor Arroyo said. And so is the permit considered active today? Because there's a request for an extension, right? Or a...
The short answer is yes.
Okay.
The expiration date is stayed pending the action on the modification.
Okay. So they're not out of compliance right now because they're doing this
Technically,
process.
they are out of compliance because they never applied for the coastal development permit or the permit to demolish the sign. Okay. And then I also don't think that Reggae on the River was a great example because that's something that has to renew. It's an event. So, but I get what you were trying to say with how they have to reapply, and I guess because of the sign ordinance that we have now, there's not really a good example to use with, because we don't permit billboards any longer, correct? Well, yes, that is true. We don't permit billboards anymore, and one of the things that applies to this billboard that is germane is that it is in the floodplain. Mm-hmm. It is in a wetland. Mm-hmm. As Mr. Lazar mentioned, it's really right next to the river, so it's in a riparian area. Mm-hmm. Probably ESHA associated with it, given the fact that it is wet. Mm-hmm. So the ordinance would not allow a billboard that is in those circumstances to be reconstructed, even with a conditional use permit. So in your opinion, do you think it's more destructive to take it out in that area than to leave it? Well, so obviously to remove it, there's going to be some short-term impacts, just like you saw in the pictures. There were short-term impacts in terms of installing it. Mm-hmm. But that will be somewhat offset by the fact that you won't have people going into that area anymore to maintain the sign, to change the copy of the sign, and those kinds of things. Okay. All right. So I have, Chair, I have some other things, but you're just wanting questions right now, correct?
clarifying? Okay, I'll wait then.
And to be fair, or to just say, I probably should have gone through our hearing process first. So we did the public hearing, we did the staff presentation, we're doing board clarifying questions of staff. Next, we'll have the applicant give their presentation, 10 minutes. Then we'll have board questions of the applicant, and then we'll have public comment. And then we'll have applicant response to public comment. And then we'll go back to staff for clarification, and then we'll have our board deliberation and action. I apologize for not laying that out first, but here we are. So unless the board has any more questions to staff, I'm going to ask the applicant to come up and have 10 minutes to tell us about their permit application.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Slack. I represent Jeff Wills, the landowner and partial interest in the billboard. So to address some of the issues that were raised concerning the financial impact to the applicant, at the time that this billboard was considered, it met all the conditions for non-conforming uses. That's why it was approved in the first place. Nothing's changed since then. But the 5-year term limit has had a proportionate impact on the landowner and the billboard owner, and will have an impact on the economic community here in Humboldt County. Just considering the costs to the billboard owner, this billboard brings in approximately $15,000 annually. The value of the real estate with the billboard is about $450,000. Imposing a 5-year term limit destroys that investment. These issues weren't considered at the time that this 5-year limit was imposed. In fact, if we go back to the record of the board hearing, this 5-year term limit was only raised after public comment was closed. The landowner didn't have a chance to respond to some of these financial impacts that they would suffer from the 5-year term limit. I think we respectfully disagree with some of the legal issues that were raised by the board in their presentation, whether there's a vested right, whether there's compensation due, and that would need to be determined at a later time. But really, we believe that the 5-year term limit unnecessarily harmed the landowner and their interest in the property that was being taken away. In fact, there's a 40-year lease on this billboard. What do we do about that when it goes away? Now we're impacting another set of economic actors in the county, which is a difficult position to be in. So we would respectfully request that the board do modify this permit. If the board has any questions, we're happy to address those. And with that, I'll submit.
How's it going? Jeff Wells. I own the property with billboard on it. Essentially, the main part of our argument is what my attorney's letter has pointed out. We, again, respectfully, completely disagree with the take that this billboard has no vested rights. That's under the presumption that this billboard hasn't stood there for the last 75 years, which it has. And California Business and Profession Code 5412 explicitly states it does have a vested right and it needs to be compensated if it's being forced to be removed. I hope you all have seen that letter and have read that. Basically, the only reason you guys would vote to take this billboard down is because of, quote, Jen quote, a lot of people really despise billboards. Well, that's the subjective opinion of someone's personal feelings. I'm here to tell you objectively that this is my livelihood. This is my investment. I stood at this very podium in 2014 before I invested $2 million in my billboard company and asked the Board of Supervisors if a billboard that I own that was in a non-conforming stature, exactly like this. I literally even used an example of a billboard that was about 100 yards away. Could it ever be compelled to be removed without just compensation? And Rob Wall, the director, and the Board of Supervisors in 2014 told me it could not. I could not have one of my properties that I invested in taken away from me without being compensated for it. So you guys have the choice to essentially appease people's subjective feelings on whether they want to see a billboard or not, or the fact that this billboard contributes to our local economy and is a substantial part of my my business, my wealth, my retirement, everything. So, thank you.
All right. Just for the record, there's still 5.5 minutes for them in the response. So I just want to.
We don't have anything else.
Okay. All right. We have now heard from the applicant, and does the board have any questions of the applicant? Okay, okay. Anyone have questions of the applicant? Seeing none, we're going to move to public comment, and we're going to start with public comment online.
Thank you, Chair. Caller 7340, I will unmute you and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, before you start my timer, I just wanted to let you guys know that your live stream is lagging about 1 minute behind the Zoom conference line, just for your information.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to comment on this issue. My name is Sylvia Van Rooyen, and I represent Humboldt Waterkeeper, which submitted comments in 2020 opposing the reconstruction of this billboard that was destroyed in November 2019. The billboard in question was built on coastal wetlands within the riparian zone of the Elk River before the current regulations were enacted, which would prohibit such a use of this sensitive habitat today. This billboard lost its status as a legal non-conforming structure when it was destroyed more than 5 years ago. The county's special permit allowed reconstruction and operation for that limited term, which ended on September 29th. After that deadline to remove the billboard had already passed, the applicant filed a request to modify the permit. So basically, we support the staff recommendation to deny this request for modifications to the permit, and we also respectfully request that the Board of Supervisors take some steps to remove this billboard, and including the concrete footings, and also require restoration of the wetlands at the site to kind of mitigate for those impacts. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller 7718, I will unmute you and you'll have 3 minutes.
Well, observing what's going on here, I say the chances of this billboard staying there is about as good as the Patriots scoring 2 touchdowns in the last 2 minutes of the Super Bowl. So I do wish to make a comment, though. I forwarded emails to Supervisor Arroyo and Supervisor Wilson. There's a political group, and it's, I think, called Move On, and they keep wanting me to contribute to putting their message up on billboards. So there's a little general stuff about billboards. It's something that I hope Coast Central Credit Union doesn't take it as an insult that we're taking down a billboard with their name on it. I strongly recommend that the county look at other alternative sites, because there is demand for this, such as Supervisor Bones said, for this advertising. Otherwise, you wouldn't have Open Door Clinic. Just about all the businesses around find this is a way to advertise, and you need to facilitate that. As Supervisor Bones pointed out, and I've mentioned multiple times, the economy in Blue Lake, not Blue Lake, but all over Humboldt County is going to need some help. And advertising is part of that. And if you're in denial, saying that billboards is not a functional way to advertise or a preferred way, you look at them and see Hollyhock, a good share of the businesses, like Coast Central, feel the need to do this. I strongly support you I think the precedent's been set. You've been ignored. This person knew what they were getting into. I think you should go ahead and have the billboard removed, the process go into things. But do consider alternative, better locations for advertising. And I think you should encourage that, actually, and get a hold of the businesses and property owners. Find places that it's not going to interfere, not be wetlands, not have any of the constraints this particular one has. Still enables our local businesses to conduct their business. It's going to hit you in the pocketbook if you don't do a 180 supporting your businesses locally here. Strong suggest that you consider that. Thank you for offering to speak on this topic.
Thank you. Caller 3053, I will unmute you, and you will have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Thomas Mulder here. I just want to confirm you can hear me there in the chambers.
Yes.
Okay, so just a point of clarification, maybe I'm not very intelligent, but I do believe you need to technically open the public comment portion of the hearing before the applicant spoke. Maybe not, but I just remember that as being a part of the practice. Hopefully the chair catches that. Maybe I'm wrong. So, get to the chair's attention. I heard the property owner talk about the value of this property and thinking about the amount of taxes that come in by that. That'd be an interesting number to look at because I would assume after the billboard, if it had to come down, you'd have to reassess that property. So what's the financial loss to the county? Yes, you got lots of emails I've seen. I haven't seen them, but you know, there's an organized group that you seem to get anywhere from 20 to about 100 comments that are pretty much the same wording. You know, they're wordsmithed by, 5 to 10 people. So 5 to 10 people, or do you want to support business and economic growth? Right now, we're in a huge downturn. Anything you can do to support business, please do it. The other part of this, and I could be wrong, is this might be one of those billboards that someone cut down illegally. In this county, was there prosecution for it? I know from firsthand that usually crimes that are committed in this county, we're pretty soft on crime. So what you're saying, if it was something that was cut down, if you're supporting, you're saying, hey, someone go around, they don't like it, cut down the billboard, and then, you won't be prosecuted and then we'll make them go away. So I would really like to live in a county where if it was cut down one way or another, that those people's rights were protected. I really am big on private property rights. I understand coastal and all that stuff, but I mean, that's been around since 60s, 50s or something like that. So it's just really unfortunate to hear the county in a downturn economy talk about taking away economic ability to grow from property owners, businesses that support it. I don't have a huge problem with billboards. I know there's a couple of the people up there on the board that really hate billboards, and I don't quite know why, but hey, that's how I find out about things sometimes, because there's a billboard there or a business phone number, because you shouldn't be on your phone while you're driving. We'll see how this goes, but just procedurally there at the beginning, and think about the economic impact when you make that decision. You have budget up later in the meeting. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
That's all on Zoom, Chair.
Great, we're going to take it to the room. Is there anyone who wants to speak on this item? Please stand up and come to the podium.
Hello, Dave Mazur from Arcata. Well, I really want us to be out front about this. I think it's pretty obvious that 5 years ago, both the billboard owners and the board signed an agreement, and the agreement said that they could rebuild the billboard and that it would come down in 5 years. That's, what staff told you. That's what those of you who were there remember. And it was a mutual agreement. It was, wow, we get to rebuild our billboard. Wow, we only got 5 years, but we'll deal with that. So I think, I think it's really a no-brainer to just enforce the 5-year limit that you had there. I think the argument that somehow this is going to have a huge economic impact on the county is a little bit overblown. This is one billboard out of, I think, out front has 67 or something billboards, something like that. And this billboard is clearly on wetlands, clearly riparian, meets all of the criteria for not being able to be permitted currently. So I certainly hope that you will deny the appeal on this and arrange for the billboard to come down as soon as possible. Also, just as a side note, I think it would be great to do something about the billboards at Indianola Road. It always just drives me crazy when I see that the county, when they built the beautiful trail, had to build a little curve around one of the billboards. Just doesn't really make sense. And again, that's in tidal area, that's in wetlands. And so I hope that the county will move ahead with not getting rid of all billboards. I'm not opposed to billboards per se, but to getting rid of billboards on wetlands, in sensitive habitats, and in view sheds. Thank you for listening.
All right. Is there anyone else here to speak on this item that's from the public? Seeing none, the applicant has a few minutes left if they want to respond to anything that they heard from public comment.
The other thing I'll just point out, because it is insinuated that I agreed to that 5-year term limit. We did not. Again, that was never discussed at all, ever. Term limits was never part of the deal. That got brought up after comment section was closed. It was decided without any of my input, and we did not agree to it. As noted, we filed the other thing to appeal, but unfortunately we had other state permits that had a finite expiration date on it. So if I were to appeal the board any further and try to have a discussion on the 5 years, my Caltrans permit would have expired. So it wouldn't have mattered. You guys could have said I could keep it indefinitely, but I was running out of time on another permit that was non-extendable. So we absolutely did not agree to that 5-year term limit, and we never had a chance to weigh in on it.
Okay. Bringing it back to the board for discussion. I'll start with Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. I have some questions around the original, I think, 2014 discussion that the applicant referred to. Director Ford, do you have any context on that?
Thanks. Yeah. First of all, it's really, really important to understand the difference between a non-conforming sign and a permitted conforming sign. So while this billboard stood there in its original form from 1955, it was absolutely a non-conforming sign. So that's why Mr. Lazar went through the effort to show you the pictures. When the sign fell, it was no longer a non-conforming sign. It was now down. It had no value anymore because it was down. The zoning ordinance allows the reconstruction of a non-conforming structure subject to a special permit. So when the sign was reconstructed, and you saw on the pictures that it was reconstructed from the ground up, that's a new sign subject to the requirements of a special permit. So it's a conforming sign provided that it's in conformance with the permit that authorized its construction. So you had a non-conforming sign, but the sign is no longer non-conforming. It's now conforming reliant upon a permit. So the 2014 question was, we've got non-conforming signs out there. Is the county going to come and require removal of those? And the question is, and this the answer is, and the policy is, and this comes out of the Outdoor Advertising Act, that if the county were going to do that, there would be an amortization period and a reimbursement period. But this is not that. This is a new conforming sign that was approved to allow reconstruction of the sign with a 5-year period. And so the non-conforming argument is gone. That doesn't exist anymore. It's not a non-conforming sign. I heard that several times, and I feel a need to be a little redundant on making that point.
Can I ask a clarification around so the sign fell down due to weather, I'm assuming?
It fell
wind.
down due to weather. We have no evidence that it was due to vandalism.
So like a natural disaster weather, right? I would
Correct.
assume. So that doesn't, is there any kind of language around that that says, you know, it didn't fall down because of lack of maintenance or any of those things, that fell down to a natural disaster?
Well, that is a sticky question that I'm not equipped or prepared to answer, because we did not do an inspection of the sign to see how it was maintained, whether all the posts, you know, were in sufficient status so as to be viable to withstand a windstorm. I can't say that.
So if say this sign had never toppled over to a natural disaster, that we wouldn't be here today. Is that correct?
That is
Okay.
correct.
Okay. Okay, those are all my questions for right now.
Okay.
Any other questions? I have a few, but I'll let others ask their questions. Supervisor Bone?
Yeah, I don't want to say it's going to be a complete economic impact of Humboldt County, but we do things on such a small scale, and then we pick and pick and pick. And at the end of the day, we're not adding anything to our incomes. We don't have a fish plant. We don't have windmills. Some of these things I'll never see in my lifetime, if ever. And so sometime in this rhetoric that we talk about and we fight for all these things, we're going to have to realize the people that have been paying the bills are these small businesses that use a lot of these small businesses that use these billboards. I know one that lost one on the Bay, but I know one that lost it. His business dropped 40% because he says, "Call me, and I can help you with your problem." And he got a lot of phone calls with people that shouldn't be on their phone, but they saw the number and says, "Well, God, I got 10 minutes. I'll call them." So it's a big deal, but it's the other thing is, this is a small business. And I love Jeff's story on how he started it. He was going to school at Humboldt, and Chuck needed some part-time help. So he kind of got into it, liked it, and then Chuck and him worked together with Jim Hoff, and he bought the business. And now he has 7 employees or more and a lot of equipment out there. And that's what I meant about economic impact. It's not about the big bang. We go for the big fish. Fish start small, and that's where we need to start. But picking away at these businesses one at a time for our own personal little idiosyncrasies. And there are a lot of people that don't like billboards. I'm not one of them. And we talk about, and this is directed at John, has there ever been an environmental, ESHA, fish and game, land use, river problem with this billboard? Has there ever been a problem with this billboard? Because that's what we're talking about so much. And you showed a very good example of when they went in and hand fixed it, that 8 months later, you couldn't tell anybody was. I mean, all the grass came back, and I've spent 60 plus years walking around these wetlands every duck season and stuff, so I'm pretty well familiar with them. So has there ever been an issue, specifically with this one?
So when this was originally before the board, short answer to your question is we've never had complaints about it. When it was before the board previously, because the board was considering approving it even on a limited term, we did go back and do an initial study. And so we did that initial study. We put it out for public comment. The mitigation measures that were included in that were sufficient to allow the billboard to be reconstructed.
Thank you for that and the wherewithal. away from all the legal BS and all this other stuff we're talking about, this board creates, and again, this board itself has a local lending now, right now. Before that, I think it was a local tractor place that was on there before that. Sometimes our personal beliefs, we have to look at our, the people, and this lies in my district, so you guys can, and it lied in my district last time I was against it, and it was okay. You know, I don't think it hurt me too much. I had a guy this morning at coffee at 6:30 this morning, says, I hate billboards. It's a 75-year-old truck driver. I hate billboards. But he says, I don't think we should take them down because I hate them. And I think that sums it up pretty much. There is no environmental damage. There is no wear and tear on our, it's not causing an issue, but it's causing an economic impact to the positive. And that doesn't play into a lot of the stuff we do. But at the end of the day, it's down the line, it's going to play into the impact of what's going on. So I may get a lot of calls about it now, but I don't think so.
Supervisor Madrell.
Mr. Chair, could I call Jeff back up to the podium? A couple questions.
Sure.
How's it going?
Hey, Jeff.
Oh, yeah, he's also Jeff.
That's
I'm
true.
assuming me.
I meant you,
Yep.
yes, thank you. So I'm curious, you went ahead and rebuilt the sign. You said you weren't in support of the 5-year term.
Yeah, we never even had a chance to
approved
discuss it.
Happened after your presentation, happened after public comment and all that, and I heard you.
Yeah.
But you did utilize that approval to go ahead and rebuild. But
Correct.
you didn't meet the 2 timelines for the coastal development permit or for the demolition permit. Why was that?
Honestly,
I mean, why did you use one part of what was approved but not the other 2 pieces?
I didn't know I had to do that.
Really?
Yeah. I really didn't.
Okay, I'll take
And they
your
didn't,
word.
I mean, I got no notices from the county. I had no idea. I just assumed when the time, well, I knew I was going to appeal it, but I assumed when the time came, you know, we would just go take it down.
Okay.
Didn't know we had to do that.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, that was it, thanks. I just will also say, you know, I appreciate we all present our points of view, but I don't appreciate the derogatory comments about people that might differ with your views. That stuff just, I don't know why you feel the need to always do that. It just give us your point of view, but why, you did a bunch of it during your statements. Maybe you don't realize you're doing that, but that is what you do a lot. And it's really disrespectful, but anyway, I'll leave it at that.
All right. Is there any other supervisor that has, Supervisor Bushnell?
Director Ford or Mr. Lazar, in the previous permit, I'm assuming from before it got knocked down by the storm, was there any language in there that talked about putting it back up if there was a natural disaster that knocked it down, or that it came down of its own, you know, like natural disasters?
Just for a moment, I just want to clarify, how do we, you know, just the wind blowing, do we define that as a natural disaster?
It says in the resolution,
Okay.
Yeah, it relates to the language in the zoning ordinance.
in the resolution,
So
yeah.
there was no previous permit. That's
Okay.
why it's legal non-conforming at that point.
So can I ask then, in other permits, since there wasn't one to reference on this billboard, is there any language that pertains to if a storm, whatever you want to call it, but it references it in in the resolution that it was a windstorm? Is there any language in there that talks about reconstruction of permits?
So I'm trying to think globally about what you're asking.
What I'm
because
asking is-
typically,
yeah.
we would not approve something that is in a really sensitive environment anymore. And so, you know, part of the rationale here goes to the fact that the applicant had a sign at this location, and there was income being generated by the sign. And so, but the overall policy direction of the general plan is to not approve new billboards and allow existing billboards as they gentrify and are ready to be removed, to just be removed. That's the overall policy direction. So what the board did was kind of balance those two things and approved the billboard for a limited term. One of the things that you may be kind of getting at was that, and it was mentioned relative to Outdoor Advertising Act, when you're doing routine maintenance, you can do that as much as you want without county involvement. But once a billboard has fallen and lost its functional value, its display face, at that point to replace that is called placement under the Outdoor Advertising Act, and that is a new permit.
I get that. However, you stated earlier that you didn't know the condition of this billboard, so it could have been absolutely, totally sound and solid.
Well, it could have been.
Right.
I'm not going to say that the applicant didn't maintain their property.
Okay.
I'm just not going to say that.
Through the chair, can I make a comment as well?
I want to be finished first, if I could, and then I think you'll have more to add.
Okay.
So I see also in the resolution that it was a 3-2 vote on the Board of Supervisors at that time, and I wasn't on the board.
No, it's 5-0.
So what's the 3-2?
The first meeting,
I
the
saw
motion of
that.
intent to continue it was, I believe, was 3-2. And then the actual action on the approval was 5-0.
And that was for the 5-year, to reconstruct
Yes.
for 5 years, and that was
Yes.
a 5-0 on this board.
Yes.
So the 3-2 to continue, okay, that's different. Okay, all right, sorry, go ahead.
John mainly got it right in terms of the non-conforming status. The Outdoor Advertising Act is what held the board to the 1955 non-conforming sign. And the Outdoor Advertising Act does difference between placement and maintenance. Specifically, though, there's case law that says that if there's a weather event, that it destroys the right within the billboard, and that is a Lamar advertising case, and it came outside of Arcata specifically, so it's binding precedent within our region. That weather events do cause destruction in terms of non-conforming rights, and therefore weather events are not considered different in terms of like whether or not they get to keep their vested status.
Thank you for that.
Okay. I'm not sure. We just lost a supervisor. Okay. Nope. All right. Let's take a 5-minute break if we can. I want to wait for Supervisor Madrone to get back because I'm not sure what the purpose of that was, and I want to finish up this item. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. Phone call from a family member, so that was taken care of, and then of course other folks took care of bio breaks, and so now we're back. Director Ford, and then I'll see if I can get direction on how we move forward after that.
Hey, thanks. I just wanted to make a clarification to a previous explanation about the 3-2 vote. At that point, the staff recommendation was to approve without any limitations. The alternative was for a 15-year term. That resulted in a 3-2 vote. When it came back with the limited term, that was a 5-0 vote.
So can I clarify, the 3-2 was for 15 years in favor or against? Against.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All right, well, I guess I'll start in here and do my comments on this. I want to emphasize I don't believe in our findings in the resolution that the term disaster is used here. So, and I also want to emphasize for the record, that we did have, and also within the findings, issues around impacts to fill in wetlands, issues around impacts to view sheds. There are impacts that we're talking about, and this is a new structure. It's not. It's a non-conforming. It's not a non-conforming structure in its current context. So just a couple points on that. So so it was destroyed in 2019 during a storm event. As mentioned, the Planning Commission voted 4-2 to deny, but I want to, in September of 2020, this board voted 5-0, with 3 of us sitting here today were voted for that in terms of the 5-year permit. It allowed temporary reconstruction with removal by September 29th, 2025. So even the process we're in right now has allowed the applicant to derive income from this structure beyond the September date. I will also mention that, again, it was explicit, I believe, in the direction and maybe, John, can you explain what I heard from the applicant is they didn't know that they had these requirements in terms of, and so where would they have found that out, or where would that have happened? And I assume there was a signature to accept a permit at some point and the conditions of that permit.
Yeah, we don't require an applicant at this point, and that has been brought up before by the board to initiate that the applicant signs to receive the permit's conditions. The conditions are related to the approval. So there's an approval packet that goes out that identifies that it's been approved. It includes the resolution identifying the grounds for the action. Excuse me. And then it also includes the conditions of approval.
Okay. So are we going to change that policy, do you think? I mean, maybe it seems to me that if applicants are feigning ignorance of the conditions by which of the permit that they're receiving, maybe we, and then now trying to apply that and leverage that here in this proceeding, we maybe should be thinking about that in terms of the future. And I don't know the details of that, and so I'm not implying that they didn't know, because I don't know. That's just what's being said today, but I don't know about that.
So when an applicant has the permit, that's implied acceptance of the terms of the permit, including the conditions.
Okay. So when they have it, there's an implied acceptance.
Right.
Okay.
They have been provided the terms of the permit.
Okay. Okay. And it's incumbent upon the applicant to review that at some point, I suppose, or review it, so they know what they're receiving.
Correct.
Okay. All right. The findings in the resolution that we have, both in the past and in the current findings, the billboard's located in a wetland and environmentally sensitive habitat where new billboards are prohibited. It's also, we have the findings that it's an ag zone where also our codes basically say billboards are not authorized. And so I just want to be clear that I want to say that I concur with the findings that we have in the resolution that we're voting on today. There's a little history around this. In 1965, I'll go back to when you saw those pictures of all the billboards along the highway there. That was happening all over the United States. I mean, it was and it was considered such a big problem that the 1965 Highway Beautification Act was enacted, and that basically gave direction to states across the United States that this was something that was impacting the public trust values of our highways in terms of the view sheds and the natural and even agricultural resources that there was being impacted. And from that came the Outdoor Advertising Act. I think it was in 1972 for the state of California. Also, that basically was directing and moving these structures out of view sheds, agricultural lands, and other natural resource areas for the purposes of beautifying the state of California, for the purposes of not just the aesthetic part about this, not just the environmental part, but even the economic value of having a more beautiful state and highway system, and what it does for our tourism and those sorts of things. And so there's a reason why there's been a trend for removal of these structures over time, is because they became non-conforming in that way, and also even the ODA has that association with that and allows local jurisdictions to move in that direction. So I just want to say, like, this is not something new. Has history to it. It's the direction, and our general plan policies are designed to address that. I want to say that and from my perspective, the applicant entered into this agreement voluntarily, in that they accepted the permit. They didn't have to accept the permit, and they also sought to adjudicate some change in that, but that didn't happen. So I think we're here right now, basically just trying to enact the terms that were agreed to and put forth over 5 years ago. So I'm happy I'd be happy to receive a motion from one of my colleagues, but I want to emphasize that we are seeking that the motion would be that we find that the denial of the project is exempt from environmental review pursuant to section 15270 of the state CEQA guidelines, and we find that there is insufficient evidence to approve a modification to the permit to allow the billboard to remain at the site, and that we deny the permit modification request filed by Jeff Wills on behalf of Outfront Media. There was, for me, a bit of confusion in what we received in our packet around that, which is the applicant named in the form says outdoor, but the letter that we received from the attorney Outfront, the letter we received from the attorney for Jeff Wills named him as the applicant. So there seems to be some incongruity there, but I don't think it matters. And that we would direct the clerk of the board to notify the applicant and any interested parties of the decisions made by the board. I'm asking that someone make a motion in a second so that we can move that forward for discussion.
Sure. I just had a couple of notes written down here before proceeding. So, we did have extensive discussion when we passed an ordinance and decided, as part of that, not to take new applications for on-premise outdoor advertising. We had an extensive discussion about, some of the public input we'd received and the rationale for that. So I don't feel like I need to retread that. I think everyone here recalls that. I do think staff have effectively presented the facts related to the special permit, and that 5-year period is well past. And so I do want to move staff recommendation.
Second
Thank you.
motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there more discussion? Seeing none, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Can I clarify? So we're voting on to not extend the permit, is that correct?
In essence, that is correct.
Okay.
Looks like we have voting panels up.
Motion carries 3-2.
All right, thank you, and we will go on to our budget item next.
Thank you, Chair Wilson. Up next, you'll have before you Deputy CAO Jessica Maciel, who will present the mid-year budget to your board. This is also sort of the kickoff of the budget season. So I want to thank Jessica for all of her hard work on this budget report to your board today, and all of the departments for their mid-year submissions to Deputy Maciel.
Good morning. Thank you, CAO Hayes. Kaylee, if you can bring up my presentation when you get a second. All right. Good morning, Chair Wilson and members of the board. I'm Jessica Maciel, Deputy County Administrative Officer. I'm here to present the fiscal year 25-26 mid-year budget review and the fiscal year 26-27 budget outlook. Each year, the CAO undertakes a mid-year financial review. This review monitors the county's current fiscal year as well as provides a preview of the financial status for next fiscal year. And like CAO Hayes, I want to thank departments for their work on the estimates that allow us to bring informed recommendations to your board. Maybe I'm having a technical difficulty with the clicker. Can you just click for me, Kaylee? Sorry. All right, first we'll go through where we anticipate the general fund to land for fiscal year 25-26. The 25-26 budget was adopted with a $12 million structural budget deficit and a $20.8 million overall deficit. As identified by departmental mid-year reviews, general fund net costs for the end of 25-26 show expenditures exceeding revenues by $9.1 million, which is an $11.7 million improvement over the adopted budget. This positive news is primarily due to $4.2 million in increased discretionary revenues, which includes property taxes, unbudgeted Measure S tax collections, transient occupancy tax, and the largest portion is interest revenue. In addition, a number of departments had expenditure savings or additional revenue, including facilities management, juvenile hall, the building inspector, and sheriff's operations. And then your board had allocated $5 million for labor negotiations contingency while we finalize negotiating with our labor unions, and we only anticipate using a small amount of that, so there's an estimated $4.3 million that will remain. The anticipated fund balance available to fund fiscal year 26-27 is $26.4 million. Next slide. Measure Z. Measure Z revenue was adopted at $13 million. The most recent revised revenue estimates expect that revenues will come in at $13.1 million. Expenditures were adopted at $15.9 million. Measure Z is anticipated to end fiscal year 25-26 with a fund balance of $2.3 million, of which $864,000 is set aside for reserve, leaving $1.4 million estimated to be remaining at the end of 25-26, of which $172,620 is additional revenue and expenditure savings estimated by departments in 25-26. Those expenditure savings and are not available until fiscal year 27-28 per your board's guidance a couple years back. And so the remaining balance, including the $500,000 above your board approved spending plan, leaves $1.7 million available to the committee. At the time of applications, this was still being finalized, and so to leave a buffer, $1.65 million was made available to applications for the committee to make recommendations in the fiscal year 26-27 application round. The application period is open and closes on February 26th. And then to quickly go through some of our other funds, DHHS as a whole ended fiscal year 24-25 with a negative fund balance of negative $6.3 million. This is an improvement over what was reported at the first quarter of $1.1 million as balances were finalized. As reported at first quarter, the primary source of this negative fund balance is due to Fund 1160, Social Services Administration, and Fund 1170, Behavioral Health. These two funds have a cumulative negative fund balance of negative $35.6 million, being offset by fund balances in Fund 1175, the Public Health Fund, and Fund 1180, which is the Alcohol and Other Drugs, or AOD fund. DHHS anticipates that the year-end negative fund balance for the Social Services Fund will improve from negative $24.6 million to an estimated negative $14.8 million due to the department's work to manage expenditures. Your board also implemented several fiscal monitoring measures for Fund 1160 at the first quarter, including a hiring freeze, quarterly financial reporting, a review of mandated programs, and program reduction recommendations for the upcoming budget cycle. Behavioral Health anticipates ending fiscal year 25-26 with a negative fund balance of negative $7.5 million, an improvement of $3.5 million over 24-25. In total, DHHS estimates bringing their overall fund balance back to the positive in 25-26 at $6.9 million, which is an improvement of $13.1 million. The Economic Development Fund, as reported at first quarter, has been stabilized and ended fiscal year 24-25 with a balance of roughly $462,000. Budgeted revenues and expenditures remain on target, and it's anticipated that it will end with roughly $340,000. The Road Fund, as reported at first quarter, it ended fiscal year 24-25 with negative $11.8 million. Staff reported an anticipated small decrease in the fund balance of just over $128,000 for an estimated negative fund balance ending 25-26 of negative $12 million. Your board approved $3 million from Measure O, fiscal year 24-25 receipts for the road's negative fund balance in 25-26. Accounting for this adjustment, it is anticipated that the road fund will end 25-26 at negative $9 million. The library fund ended 24-25 with a fund balance of $259,000, just over $259,000. As reported at first quarter, the library fund ended 24-25 over budget by utilizing more fund balance than anticipated and had to make a number of budget adjustments at the first quarter for 25-26. Budgeted revenues and expenditures remain mostly on target to that adjusted budget through mid-year. The estimated ending fund balance for fiscal year 25-26 is just over $28,000. Going forward, the library will need to consider budget reduction options such as programmatic changes and reductions in service hours, as the library has been utilizing fund balance to balance their operating costs over the last several years. The North Coast Resource Partnership Fund, as reported at the first quarter, ended 24-25 with a negative fund balance of negative $2.1 million. Public Works Natural Resources reported budgeted revenues and expenditures to remain on target with a slight improvement of just over $267,000 to an ending fund balance of negative $1.8 million for 25-26. At first quarter, Public Works Natural Resources staff did report sufficient long-term receivables to resolve the negative fund balance in that fund. In the aviation funds, as reported at first quarter, the two aviation funds ended fiscal year 24-25 with a combined negative fund balance of negative $6.9 million. Staff anticipate that aviation will end 25-26 with a slight improvement in fund balance of just over $734,000, resulting in an ending fund balance of negative $6.2 million for 25-26. Aviation continues to pursue opportunities for revenue generation to resolve funding gaps and anticipates upcoming expansions of service will bring new revenue. And finally, the internal service funds report an overall increase in fund balance of $4.7 million. This increase is primarily attributed to the workers' comp fund, liability fund, and medical plan fund. This is due to risk management's work over the last several years to reduce premiums in those insurances. As part of the development of the upcoming ISF charges, staff are utilizing fund balance to reduce charges for county departments where possible. Next slide. So a first look at the budget outlook for fiscal year 26-27. The predicted shortfall for fiscal year 26-27 is $17.78 million, of which the estimated structural deficit is just over $9 million. This is an improvement in the anticipated structural deficit, primarily due to improvements in ongoing revenue sources such as property tax and interest revenue, as well as departments' work to manage expenditures. As this deficit is anticipated based on actual expenditures, it is expected that the budgeted deficit will be a little bit higher than this. Revenue estimates for fiscal year 26-27 are mostly flat, as with prior years. Staff are only anticipating increases in property taxes and a small increase in Proposition 172 public safety sales tax. As previously mentioned, interest revenue continues to perform well, and staff expect this to continue. And transient occupancy tax revenues seem to have stabilized with an overall increase. However, as staff are currently working to bring the marketing assessment to your board, any increases have been left out of this projection as expenditure increases are unknown at this time. Decreases are anticipated in Bradley Burns sales tax, and the cannabis excise taxes are anticipated. Due to utilizing accumulated fund balance and adjustments in insurance, as I previously mentioned, workers' compensation charges will be decreasing countywide, while increases, particularly in property insurance, resulted in increases in the liability insurance charges. Overall, the decreases in workers' comp will offset those increases in the other insurance charges. The charges for liability and property insurance are expected to increase $1.5 million or 13%, while workers' compensation is anticipated to decrease $2.5 million or 31.5%. So the anticipated overall decrease in the general fund is just over $500,000. Salary and benefits remain the largest expense in the county budget, despite no additional planned cost of living adjustments included in this projection. Salaries and benefits are anticipated to increase 7.6% or $19.1 million countywide over the fiscal year 25-26 adopted budget. Through the budget process, departments typically identify vacancies or half-year vacancies, which will help mitigate this increase. The primary increases are in base salaries, health insurance, and pension costs. Labor agreements that were approved by your board over this last year included the county taking on the increase in health insurance costs, which is the primary reason those have increased so steeply. And while miscellaneous staff pension costs are decreasing, safety pension costs continue to rise, which is primarily impactful to the general fund. The general fund's increase in salary and benefits are anticipated to increase by 6.1% or $4.8 million. And additionally, as your board is aware, the county is currently still in labor negotiations with some units and will be re-entering labor negotiations in the coming year with most bargaining groups, as most agreements expire at the end of 2026. Due to the ongoing status of these negotiations, it is recommended that your board plan for a contingency to set aside fund balance for this purpose, as was done in the prior year. The next one is the County Medical Services Program, or CMSP, which provides health coverage for uninsured low-income indigent adults that are not otherwise eligible for other publicly funded healthcare programs. After the passage of the Affordable Care Act, the need for CMSP really dwindled due to the expansion of Medicaid. Prior to the ACA, CMSP would charge participating counties a participation fee. But due to the low participation, they had been waiving that fee since fiscal year 2014-15. So with that, due to the implementation of HR 1 and anticipated reductions in medical coverage for indigent populations, we are anticipating that the use of CMSP will increase and that we will be required to pay the participation fee again. So in the last year that we paid it, it was $430,851. So the projection for 26-27 does include this fee. And then finally, based on an estimated $26.4 million of available fund balance for 26-27, there will be enough funds to cover the general fund shortfall in the coming year. Next slide. Okay, now the 26-27 recommended budget parameters for your board to consider. As with every year, we have spent a lot of time considering a recommendation for general fund allocations. It is difficult to make recommendations that balance the fiscal needs of the organization but allow departments to maintain operations. Departments have been asked to absorb inflation in their allocations for the last 3 years, and the year before that they were asked to implement a 10% vacancy reduction. This has proven to be helpful in managing the general fund's ongoing budget deficit, but the general fund has also maintained a healthy fund balance throughout this time due to the work of departments, and the actual deficit has been much less than the budgeted deficit. The recommendation before your board sets general fund allocations to increase by 5% based on fiscal year 25-26 allocations. This is anticipated to be approximately $4.5 million, and this will create a new base general fund allocation for departments. Additionally, staff, we seek your direction to make additional adjustments to allocations for departments that were impacted by the raises approved in the attorney classifications through negotiations in the current year, as they will need higher general fund allocations. And similarly to the general fund allocations, departments have put off large purchases to maintain their budgets within their allocations. With that, we recommend your board consider only accepting additional requests for general fund appropriations, or ARGFAs, for one-time expenditures up to $250,000 per request. Approval of this recommendation would allow the CAO to reject and delete any ARGFAs that do not meet this criteria. The total amount to be recommended by the CAO will be set after budget submissions are received and fund balance projections are more reliable. The next recommendation is to deallocate fiscal year 26-27 unbudgeted positions. We've implemented this for the last 2 years. This is helpful in improving tracking of positions and costing, and positions the county better for implementation of AB 2561, which you will hear a public hearing on later today, which places requirements on the county with regard to vacancy rates. And again, some of the recommendations that we've been doing annually include setting the PARS contribution at 2% of salaries, the annual contribution to deferred maintenance, approving a transfer from the tax loss reserve fund, and approving a transfer to the general reserve are all recommended again. And lastly, as with last year, staff recommend your board approve an increase to the self-insured retention from $300,000 to $400,000. This increase allows risk management to manage insurance costs further for the coming year. Next slide. There were many more budget adjustments than I normally bring at mid-year this year. So I kind of just summarized them for your board on the slide. The budget adjustments listed here are brought forward for your board's approval. They include 28 one-time supplemental budgets. They are all mostly very small, and one transfer from contingencies. All budget adjustments presented for consideration are funded by an external funding source or are a carry forward of prior year appropriations for expenditures that were not completed by the end of fiscal year 24-25, with the exception of the transfer from contingencies. The $100,000 transfer from contingencies is brought forward per the request of your board to increase funding for parks. And next one. And with that, I'm available for any questions.
All right. I'll start with the board, and then we'll move to public comment. Anybody here? All right, Supervisor Bone. All right.
We're all here. Thank you. Very good. I just love your reports. You're so, and I know you work hard. I know, well, because I'm simple and I can understand them. So I appreciate that. Hey, on Measure Z, we spend a lot of time on Measure. Are we getting to the point now where we take where Measure Z goes now, break out to percentages, and stop all the requests? Because I know we've got requests from, we get them from all over, and then they become political. Is this something we do so fire gets their fair share, public safety, all the ones we're giving it to now? It's just a thought. I mean, we can still do this, and it doesn't matter to me either which way, because my district doesn't get much, so I'm good to go with it, so I don't have to fight for much. But I'm just saying, overall, are we at that point for money spent to do all the Measure Z committee and everything, or is it worth the time? It's a simple question. I'm just wondering, because we don't have a lot of extra funds like we used to have.
Through the chair, I can speak to that a little bit. The current board-approved spending plan is valid through fiscal year 26-27, and it pre-allocates $12.5 million of Measure Z, which is most of what we are getting on an annual basis. I do believe the committee will be bringing forward another recommendation for another spending plan for your board to consider. And additionally, most of what the committee has had available to allocate has been roughly $500,000 of additional revenue and whatever is unspent by county departments or agencies from the year prior. So it has been roughly between 1 to 1.5 million that the committee has had available to consider for applications over the last couple of years. It does mostly go to fire usually.
And I appreciate that, and I appreciate the posturing and everything else, but are we getting anything from all the meetings, from the committee and everything else? The committee does a great job, but I know we spend a lot of staff time on this too. So that's the only thing I was asking about. If we want to keep on going with it, I'm fine. Doesn't affect me, but it's just been asked of me, why are we spending so much time on, it's not a nominal amount, but that ends up going to fire, which I'm perfectly happy with it going to fire, because I think, that's the important part of this. And so it was just asked, and it's been answered. So I just wanted to ask you about that. So I'm good.
Okay, Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Around the conversation that Supervisor Bone just had, so we're going to be considering Measure Z applications soon. Is that a time when we could decide whether we want to do away with that, what you're talking about, and just allocate it all? I know that when we did the allocation of the 12 million it was because at a low tax year, we know that we can get 12 million. And so if there were no funds left over, at least we set the criteria for those folks and then did a reserve amount too. So I think we could have that conversation pretty soon, right?
Yeah, through the chair, that's correct. When I am very confident that the committee is bringing forward a recommendation for the next spending plan. So you would be able to have that conversation at that time.
Okay, I just had a
No.
couple, go ahead.
And that's exactly what I was asking about. I mean, the committee, I would like the committee to decide this, but at times are we at that point now that, I mean, with the effort and everything spent, that we get the money percentage-wise to stay in the forefront of what Measure Z was? Remember it well. I actually donated personal money towards the first initial one. So I think it's worked out great. It's worked out for public safety. It's worked out for fire. But I can tell you at the end of every session, nobody's happy. Well, everybody is not happy, and it's just, percent, and they start, and I'm just saying, do we break it out so we get a common where everybody's happy, and then live within those means? Because it is not, I mean, we do finance some things that we financed for a while to keep them afloat then, but now we've become part of their budgeted stream, and that's not what it was intended for. So if we don't keep it in check, so I just wanted the committee, I just wanted to bring it up, I wanted to ask it. It's no biggie, like I said, I'm not advocating either way, I'm just asking.
I had some more clarification. Thanks.
Okay, do we have some other supervisors with questions?
No,
as
I
well?
wasn't done.
Okay.
Thank you. So I wanted to ask around, thanks. Thanks for the report to you and your staff. It was great. And it's easy to understand in the board report or the staff report, so I really appreciate that. I did want to ask some clarifications around ECDEV. So it looks like they're going to be a positive of 360-something thousand, and we had allocated 400,000 from Measure J to that, and did that 400,000 and it was one-time funding, I believe, or was it more than one-time funding?
They are, so they ended 24-25 with just over $400,000, where they're projected to end 25-26 with the 340,000.
In the positive, correct?
In the positive,
Okay.
yes. The Measure J funds are anticipated to be fully expended, or the transient occupancy tax were one time, and they are anticipated to be fully expended in 25-26.
Which would, I mean, you're going to have a positive of 360,000.
Mhm.
And so I'm wondering, are we going to talk about maybe putting some of that back? Because that came from TOT, but it was specific to Measure J. When
It
we
was
were
from the
doing-
prior year,
Okay.
because we ended
So they
24-25.
spent it in the prior year.
The allocation was for 25-26, and so those funds were available in 25-26, but they ended 24-25 with $426,000. So that was fund balance from the prior year for
Okay.
them.
Okay, so that was a one-time, and okay, thank you.
Yes.
And then the increase in Prop 172 funds, where is that going to go?
So Prop 172 is allocated by a specific formula to the
so
public safety department.
I do know that. I know that the set amounts for 172 that the fire departments get are not increased, haven't increased, or do they fluctuate?
They fluctuate based on percentage.
On percentage, so then
Yeah.
they would get an increased amount.
Yeah.
And then the sheriff would get some, and so that's all by percentage formula, is that
Yes,
correct? Okay, so
correct.
then their percentages will increase when Prop 172 increases.
Yes, unfortunately, it's been performing poorly over the last
Yeah.
several years, so it's been kind of on a nosedive. So
Yeah.
we look forward to it turning to the positive.
Yeah. Okay, and then lastly, the Measure S funds are unallocated, and I'm wondering, and I see it's 1.136 million or something. What are our anticipations for those funds? I know they go into general, but is it just to keep our general fund up, or are there thoughts around the Measure S?
So that is part of the improvement in fund balance. So it is just going into the general fund balance, and then is available to your board in balancing the budget effectively for the upcoming year. So the 1.3 million was from fiscal year 24-25. So that was utilized to fund deficit spending in 25-26. The current year, it's anticipated to be net roughly around $350,000. So then that would be available to fund 26-27.
And that would be, we anticipate that 350,000 for the next 4 years because we did a 0.25% per year for the next 4 years on amounts owed, if we get it all.
Yes, correct.
Okay. So we're still not going to be budgeting those funds. We're just hopeful that we get them and they'll go into the general fund to keep the general fund up a little bit.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Those are all my questions for right now. Thank you.
Supervisor Arroyo.
I do have a question, and but I just want to start by thanking staff for the, and I mean, you know, the CAO's team has done a lot of work on the budget and worked closely with all of these departments, but all county staff have taken part in improving our fiscal outlook, and I'm exceedingly grateful to them, and it's not without some pain points. I don't take it lightly at all. So that appreciation expressed, and I really sincerely mean that. I do want to go back to Supervisor Bone's point about Measure Z. I really appreciate it, and I think it's germane, even though we are going to have a report, you know, from the committee in the not so distant future. If we do intend to make changes to the way that we allocate, and especially if those are going to apply this year, like if there's really no, if we're not envisioning much left for outside applicants, then I would want them to kind of have that message, or perhaps set the amounts that they could apply for differently. And I know it's bucking the process a little bit to talk about it right now, but I've, you know, heard from some folks who, and, you know, organizations that do amazing work all over our community are losing revenue right now from grant funding sources, and I think more of them than usual are looking to the Measure Z and with hopefulness around one-time funds to continue doing some like really meaningful work. So I would want to be able to convey that message, that we expect that to be a much smaller pot. I think that message has been out there, but only for those who have been like following the Measure Z process, not for people who are going, oh, look, the county has this grant application process, and you know, we should totally apply because that might be a local way to make up some other lost revenues or continue doing good work. So I do think it's important, and I don't know what the best steps would be. I know it's not agendized, you know, today as a specific item, but I do wonder, you know, full disclosure, I just met with my Measure Z appointee recently to kind of hear his thoughts and just hear how it's going and what he's thinking it will look like. And then I've heard from some of these community organizations that wish to apply, and they're, you know, kind of bright-eyed about it. And I don't know that they have as much information about what our thoughts might be. So anyway, I do think it's really germane, and I don't know how we move forward from here.
Okay. Hold on. Supervisor. Okay. Supervisor Bone.
Yeah, and I didn't expect to vote. I didn't expect to tell the committee to hit the door tomorrow or anything else. I fully expect a full 26, 27 year coming in and working with what they have. Yeah, people get really comfortable getting their grants and everything else from one area, and then they find out that the state is not giving them out like they used to. The federal government has changed their way they do it. And even though they have given, the state basically has given a lot of our projects to us that now cost us because we can do it better, but didn't give us, you know, no funding. You know, they give us these jobs to do locally that's why we have a full jail. This is why we have all these things we have. I was just wanting to look at it because a lot of time and effort is spent on one little event or one small amount, and then as Supervisor Arroyo said, now we're going to open it up to everybody that doesn't know about Measure Z and they want to a chunk of it. And you go back, and I tell people before they do it, go back and look at the ballot statement back in 2012 or 13, 14, whenever it was, and look at the ballot statement of what we were trying to do back then. And we veered off that quite a bit. But we need to, you know, stay within our focus and see if we actually have enough money to put out there. And I don't expect it to happen tomorrow. I don't expect it to happen the next year, but I think it's something that needs to be put on the table.
All right, I apologize. I jumped over Supervisor Bushnell. Jumped in
okay.
there.
I just wanted to, and Supervisor Bone just kind of commented on it, I want us to be mindful of the ballot measure, especially with Measure O that the voters just entrusted us with. And I know that the Measure Z specifically talks about the community board that is to recommend to the Board of Supervisors. And I think we're veering off just a little bit when we set the amount because of, if you read the language in the ballot measure, I do fully understand what this board is talking about, but I'm very leery to get away from what that and how that ballot measure spells out, and the same with Measure O, because folks really, they want that oversight from the community and the public board that Measure Z is. And so I'm anticipating a recommendation from them, and see what their thoughts are. I've also heard from my Measure Z appointment and what her thoughts have been, but I'm anxious to just really get that report in front of us.
Okay. I'm going to take some time to hear from the public. Is there anyone online?
Yes. Caller 7718, I will unmute you and you'll have 3 minutes.
So, still president of the Humboldt County Taxpayers League. I'm not speaking for them. I haven't taken this before my board. But personally, I think it is time for you to shut the gate on the Measure Z committee. This was something that was set up at a time, and I feel it was originally, having been in the room, and I think it was Ryan Sundberg brought forward something that was to go for the Sheriff's Department only. And then everybody, as time went on, saw an opportunity, and they all had their hands up. It ended up being an extremely political process. We had all these applications, recommendations were made from the committee, totally ignored. And I think it's time to just go ahead and set it up as a percentage. Inflation has knocked the heck out of just what happened over COVID there, as far as what can actually be done with those funds. All of the other districts have passed a sales tax. My understanding is Arcadia's got another one coming on the ballot. You've got fire districts passing their taxes. I think it's time to just go ahead and close that gate, set up the percentages. It was sold as having public oversight, but I think we're kind of beyond that. We've kind of outgrown that. Things change. And then the sooner the better, in my opinion, to go ahead and make that change. Regarding the Measure S funds, it's not much we're having coming in, but I really would like to see that earmarked for environmental remediation. The harm is still out there that this particular business did. Many abandoned sites with many needs for cleanup and things. You won't even put again in that 1 point whatever million you have there as far as taking care of that. Instead of just sticking this in the general fund where I think it was a prior sale, significant money was stuck in there that got swallowed up by PERS. So I'd rather have you earmark those kind of things specifically for specific purposes, make some changes as far as that goes. And the public is quite aware that the reason the budget's balanced is because there's less services being provided. The hours are cut back. The staff is going down as far as the numbers of staff members. And so we're aware of that. So when it comes to any extra little money you have, I appreciate tightening your belt and putting those into reserve for the future, because things will continue to go down when you build the effects of the government no longer funding grants and the dollar being worth less and less. Thank you for my opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. Caller 3053, I will unmute you and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, Thomas Mulder here. I just want to confirm you can hear me there in the chambers.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Interesting discussion of budget. I took this to just kind of listen where our county's at. Scary. We're definitely in a fiscal downturn. I would just recommend that you guys support as many businesses as possible. Think about that funding that's coming in. I think earlier today you deterred employment and business, but that's people's perception. I was just sitting there thinking, as I was listening to this, I'm working on a construction site right now and got an AirPod in, and I was sitting there thinking, I wonder what the revenue would be right now if that wind farm would have gone in. I think it was Wilson who was the deciding vote, and they didn't want to contour to his restrictions or whatever word you would use there. But just interesting what that tax revenue would be right now. I wonder if we ever do studies of lost taxes due to board decisions. I just say, once again, support business. Kind of interesting topic about the Mr. Z thing. Kind of a little confused there. I'm kind of, as a taxpayer, a little concerned that that a few supervisors are wanting that money to go elsewhere than where it was voted to. But maybe I'm mishearing the comments. I'm not in the chamber and working, so I'm just using AirPods, so I missed some of it. But that's a big red flag. And thanks again for the Measure S extension. I believe the decision you guys made is going to bring in the most money for the county by giving the 4 years. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
That's all online.
All right, we're in the room. If there anyone who wants to speak to this item that's present, please come to the podium.
Hello, board. Thank you. Thank you, CAO's office, for your presentation. My name is Drew Redden. I'm the business agent for AFSCME 1684, the main unit for all of Humboldt County, the union for the Humboldt County employees. One of the things that I wanted to focus on, because we're going to talk about vacancies later. That's something that's on the agenda and required by law. But in the presentation right there at the end, one of the things that was mentioned was about deallocating unbudgeted positions. So essentially that over time is ratcheting down how many employees exist to do the work that's expected. I think it was probably Ken on the first call that said, the impacts to the community on services that can be provided. But I can tell you right now that my members feel like they're being asked to do more with less. And I'm going to say it again later today. We need to do less with less if we're going to have less. And the expectations that exist for employees is too high for folks. They're burning out. They're going away. They can't be hired. And while we're talking about deallocating positions, just this past week, pursuant to AB 339, we just received notice from DHHS for outside contracting of our bargaining unit work to the tune of tens of millions of dollars just last week. So we're going to unfund and deallocate positions from workers here in the county that we can have services to the community from our public employees. And we're deallocating those and we're spending money because we can't hire enough people to do the work to begin with. And we're spending tens of millions in outside contracts and contracting that work out to Changing Tides or various other great organizations. But we have people here that could be doing this in-house and they're not wanting to, or they're not showing up. Your own survey has said in the past that something like about half of employees said that they wouldn't recommend for folks to work here, friends and family to work for the county. And when we have higher expectations, do more with less folks, that's what results. And we're spending money on outside contracts and deallocating folks in-house. And it just feels wrong to many of my members in our union. So thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who wants to speak to this item that's in the chambers? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, thank you, Jessica, and all the staff for the hard work, and as was mentioned by Supervisor Arroyo, the hard work at every department, trying to figure this stuff out. And Drew, I I hear your comments. It's a complicated process. I think most of the board would really love to see better compensation for all our employees. That's a real thing. But we also have to, not with overworking people, but try to attract folks that are highly productive. You know, we're going to have conversations about that. Me and you have talked a little bit about this in the past, but and how we figure out how to work together to do that. I look forward to those discussions over the coming months and stuff. You know, one of the things, I was glad to see the sales tax is up a little bit. But we really took a hit on sales tax with COVID and other demographic changes where people are shopping online. And as we all know, or maybe we don't know, maybe the general public doesn't realize this, that we actually get a lot less of the sales tax when we shop online. It's a complicated formula, but we get a lot less. That's the absolute truth to that. And a lot of people think, well, it's cheaper to buy online. But then what ends up happening is we have to pass these other tax measures for our roads, for law enforcement, and for schools and all these things to make up the difference in the reduction in sales tax. So, and we don't get the jobs from it. You know, we don't get the local jobs for our youth and other people in the community. So if you really look at it and consider all the various impacts and costs, I think the argument can easily be made that it's actually not cheaper shopping online. But we'll see how people, you know, look at that and maybe change their behaviors. One of the other outcomes, you know, where those sales tax go because of laws that passed recently is to where the distribution centers are located for that online shopping. Well, we don't have a single distribution center in Humboldt County. So we are not able to take advantage of that sales tax from that online shopping. Now, I've spoke a lot about Shop Local, and many of us have, and supported it. There's been many articles. But if there's going to be this trend of shopping online, well, maybe we ought to have a distribution center so that we get more of our share out of that. In fact, there's one being proposed in McKinleyville at the Airport Business Park as we speak. And that's just come out recently with online chatter. There's applications at the building department for this. And again, while my preference is shopping online with local jobs and all the rest of it, and I think it ultimately is cheaper, if the trend is going to continue to be shopping online, then, hey, let's have a distribution center and get more of our sales tax. So that's a real thing. You know, people think they want to blame all the billionaires for all our problems on the planet, and yet we keep giving them all our money through shopping online. It's kind of, it's like, what is up with this, you know, if we really think it through. But that would actually, with that new distribution center, would actually probably increase our sales tax in the county because that's in the unincorporated area. And I'm assuming that that will lead to increased sales tax revenue in the coming years with that. So would you agree that that would be a positive in that sense, just from the sales tax position?
Based on how distributions and on counties with distribution centers at current, I would say most likely, yes.
Yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to share that with the board because that's something going on chatter on Facebook right now, and looks like it's happening. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. I wanted to ask around deallocated positions, number C. Let me get in the recommendations. Deallocated fiscal year 26-26 unbudgeted positions. Can you hit on that just a little bit?
Yeah. So what that means, and we've done that in the last 2 years, is that when a position does not have any funding available, that they deallocate the position rather than holding it as a position that they cannot fill because they don't have funding for it. So prior to the last couple of years, departments were holding a ton of positions that they couldn't afford to fill. And what that does is it makes our vacancy rates look much higher than they actually are, because we don't have funding available for those positions.
I mean, can I ask around that comment, though? The vacancy rates are real. We just don't have the funding to fill those positions.
Right.
So even though the vacancy, I mean, we can't physically have those folks fill those positions because we don't have the money. That vacancy rate is still high, and that goes back to that conversations they're having to do more with less. Is that correct?
Could be, or
Yeah.
could be that program, like federal funding was reduced and that program is no longer in existence. And so both of those are likely true.
Okay, and then also around the comment that Supervisor Madrone just said, so online spending is, you know, Amazon or whatever has been trending pretty high. You could see it this last year in fourth quarter. However, we do get sales tax from online spending, is that correct?
That's correct. And to Supervisor Madrone's point, the formula is very complicated, and it depends on if it goes through a distribution center, if it's coming from out of state or out of California, depends on how much sales tax we get. But we, all around, no matter where it comes from, get less sales tax from an online purchase than we do from a local purchase.
Sure. Okay, and then lastly, I do want to thank the departments. I know that we are more stable in our deficit spending because departments have really scaled back and have been very thoughtful with their budgeting. I also really want to recognize all of the departments, but in specific DHHS and Public Works, they have had large deficits and have really been working to whittle that down. And I know that Connie's really worked with you guys to address that, and it is not out of concern for them. I hear them talk about it often, and when I speak with them, you know, it is a large concern for those department heads. And I, at this time, would be happy to make a motion for all staff recommendations, and just really thank everybody that is part of moving this organization forward with, you know, very little money in the last few years, and a lot of panic sometimes around budgeting, and know that it's a stressful time for folks.
Second the motion.
All right, a second. I think Supervisor Madrone wanted to follow up. Did you? To follow up? Did you want to say something?
I'll just make a quick comment. I mean, we're going to have a lot more discussions about Measure Z coming up real soon, as well as I think Measure J probably too at some point. And I appreciated the comments there about how we did use a big chunk to help bring the economic development division out of the hole. And great to see it's 300,000 in the plus. I actually think we ought to continue to provide even more money to economic development personally, because it's, you know, the old adage, you got to spend money to make money, and they're stretched really thin. And each of us in our districts have all kinds of economic development ideas, concepts, plans, and many businesses that we're working with to try and bring forth all this stuff. And frankly, you know, Mendocino County puts almost all of their TOT into tourism development and economic development. I look forward to that discussion here at this board, because I don't want to claw that 300,000 back. I really want to invest even more and get even more staffing and be doing even more development, because for every dollar we spend, we can easily get 5, 10, 20 back doing the right kinds of economic development. So I just wanted to make that quick comment. It's not really on the agenda per se, but it's part of the budget process. So.
Great. Is there any more discussion? There isn't? Okay, I just wanted to, there was a little bit of comments around, sorry, I'll look at my notes again. Oh, Measure Z, and I just wanted to say that I do understand the issue around, you know, the sort of the cost of administrating a process with that. And I also want to say that I have been in favor of, and still am, even though that there is some cost of administration, to having smaller grant opportunities for some of our community organizations that want to do public safety improvements within their communities. We haven't quite got there yet. I'll still advocate for it in the future. That being said, I support the motion, and I think, is there any opposition to unanimous consent to the motion? Seeing none, this passes 5-0. Thank you. With that, we are at 11:30. I know we have a supervisor who needs to leave at 12. And so the next item on here would be to a public hearing on the vacancy data. So I think I was told this was probably about a half-hour item, more or less. So let's get that going, and we'll be here until lunch. Okay.
Good morning, Supervisors. Zach O'Hannon, HR Director. So I'm going to pass it off to Beth in the interest of time, but I am here if you have any questions as she goes through her presentation. So thank you, Beth.
Everyone hear me all right? Yes. Okay, great. Nikki, I think we have a PowerPoint. Thank you. And the remote's not working, so I'll just give you the okay for when we go forward. Okay, thank you. All right, well, good morning, your board. Thank you so much for having us. I'm here to present on the vacancy data per AB 2561. We spoke with you about this back in May of last year. This is something that we're required to do annually before the budget adoption, so we decided last year that we were going to aim to have the presentation go forward every February annually, so we were able to make that target this year, so we're here to present for the second time today on this topic. So you can go to the next slide, please. So just for some background information, AB 2561 was signed into law on September 22nd of 2024 and was effective on January 1st of 2025. During the public hearing, public agencies must present vacancy status and recruitment and retention efforts at the public hearing. We must do this every fiscal year, and that presentation occurs before the budget adoption. During the presentation, agencies must identify necessary changes to policies, procedures, and recruitment activities that may create hiring obstacles. During the public hearing on AB 2561, employee organizations have the right to make presentations on these public hearings. We heard from the AFSCME group that they plan to make presentation during this hearing, but if there's any other bargaining units that are here today, they're also welcome to come forward and speak. There's also enhanced vacancy reporting in the case that vacancy rates exceed 20% of authorized full-time positions in a bargaining unit. That being the total number of job vacancies within the bargaining unit, total number of applications for vacant positions, the average days to complete the hiring process, and any opportunities to improve compensation and working conditions for employees. So this is just a side-by-side of the data that we had last year compared to the current data. Currently, the vacancy rates have decreased slightly for all units. They're currently at 16.99%. The AFSCME unit has decreased slightly to 17.79%. M&C increased slightly to 13.76%. HDSO did increase by about 5% in their vacancy rates. LEM increased to 9.09% in their vacancy rate. And the CAA/NOW Teamsters unit has decreased to 6.66%. And the reasons for these vacancy rates changing is going to be based on a variety of factors. As we know for the CAA group, many positions were deallocated during the negotiation budget to fund positions, so their vacancy rate did decrease quite a bit. For other vacancy rates for the other bargaining units, the reasons for those decreasing could be based on economic factors driving people to not be interested in leaving their positions, or by efforts made by the county to increase retention. So we can go to the next slide. So these are some of the recruitment strategies and policies that we've been working towards in the last year. We're still a Cal Poly Humboldt career partner, which gives us the ability to participate in career fairs and have preferred registration to attend those. We're also continually updating our recruitment materials and guides for departments and shoring up our recruitment process as much as possible. But being a public agency and being held to various laws on recruitment and having to uphold merit-based principles in recruitment, we are limited by how much we can shore up that process, but that is something that we continue to work towards. We've also launched a education program for supervisors called HR 101, which expands education to our frontline supervisors that can help improve workplaces and hopefully decrease our vacancy rates over time. One effort by the Sheriff's Office and HR in tandem is exploring new background screening software through Vetted. Currently, for most law enforcement positions, there's a very lengthy background screening that you have to go through. I personally went through this when I worked in the DA's office, and it added about a month to the recruitment process, which can be quite a bit of time when we were already going through a pretty long recruitment process to begin with. So having the vetted software is going to create an online platform where the background screening can be done in a much more streamlined fashion. We also continue to work with CalHR to become an OLMS county. This is a very long process that many other counties are also struggling through to move from being an approved local merit system, so that way they can run their merit system recruitments in-house. We also continue to create a positive work culture to encourage employees to stay, and this is supported through data that we've received through stay questionnaires and exit questionnaires that are showing that the work culture is becoming less of a reason that employees are choosing to leave their positions. And then on that note, we also continue to collect data through exit questionnaires and engagement surveys to understand what can be most impactfully addressed to improve retention. And we can go to the next slide. And that's all in my presentation, so I'll be available for questions, and then can invite any of the bargaining units to come present or others that want to make public comment.
Okay, great. We'll start with questions from the board, and then we'll go to the bargaining units if that's what we want to, that's how we're going to do this. And I don't know if I said we are in a public hearing and we are opening the public hearing. Okay, before we take testimony. All right, so with that, I'm going to open up to our bargaining units first, and then we'll go to public comment.
Hello, thank you again, board. Drew Redden, business agent for ASME 1684, again, the union for the vast majority of units throughout the county. Yeah, I said earlier, and I'll say it again, we have to do less with less and have expectations in line with the fact that we have something like, I think 18%, was that Bethany? 18% vacancy rate, so almost 1 out of 5 allocations. That includes allocations that have been deallocated over the years as we've had unbudgeted allocations get removed. So we're smaller, there's less folks, there's a lot of vacancies, and yet program expectations go up. And that's not always the program's faults per se. There's federal or state guidelines that they have to uphold, but focusing in on that core mission is something that we're going to have to do, and really educate our community about what the expectations can be when you have such a high vacancy rate and you have such a smaller and less inability to hire type situation. The freeze is one of those things. In the budget, we've had a bad budget. It's good to hear that we have the funds going down less, but Supervisor Madrone, you mentioned wages. Obviously, not having a cost of living increase in this past year or two is impacting people as the costs go up everywhere. Groceries are outrageous. So that does have an impact, but it is too the workplace culture. It was mentioned about the creating a work culture to stay, and that things seem to be improving there. We're going to be greatly interested to hear about the metrics on that. Doing our own internal survey, and we have a lot of dissatisfaction. Starting from community expectations, when you look at, just last night I was talking to stewards, they said because of the wait times that exist outside of our control, they're getting yelled at and screamed at every day. I can't get in to see my therapist. Why not? Well, there's not any therapists, but DHHS is trying to help with that and spend tens of millions on an outside contract. I can't see my social worker. Why is that? Well, there's not that many. Right now, we actually have a grievance on file with child welfare because the department has told them that they can no longer promote to a social worker 3 even when they meet the requirements for it. budget reason is what's cited, not what's being promised in the past practice of these folks. So that speaks to workplace culture. So the budget impacts both. And we also have things, it was mentioned, the Public Works and DHHS have really done a lot to restructure, and that's great. But again, workplace culture. In social services, we were told in our last round of negotiations that something like a 20 million plus budget deficit existed in social services. And that's despite, you know, all of these managers that go in weekly and have weekly budget meetings. The impacts are felt by the employees. And we appreciate that we don't have furloughs and layoffs going on. That's been a huge thing during this time of a bad budget. However, we're still down staff. We're still at these high vacancy rates. That is workplace culture that feels really bad for folks, and we have to do less with less, identifying those core missions and adjusting the expectations accordingly. And I'm seeing about ideas that we have to present. The law requires ideas to present what we can do to change and increase hiring, increase retention. And these are the kind of things that are coming up. When we're talking about workplace culture where it feels like there's not, you know, there's accountability for the little guy, cuts for the little guy. When our members see management get better packages, higher sign-on bonuses to their contracts, that impacts every single employee. And it's not something that people feel good about, and they're telling their friends and family, don't come to work here. And just as one other example that we have of right now that was just brought up is the Cal Poly Career Partner. In public health right now, we have a program where we have work with students for the nursing program for public health nursing, and the department will not hire those graduates because they have to have a year of a public health experience in nursing before they'll hire them. We have a program, again, to get these folks in. We work with them and do like their like internship type stuff from Cal Poly. And when they graduate, they can't come to work for the county that they were just spending all that time interning and working for. Like, these are the kind of things that we have to look at across the board about identifying where these choke points are, identifying where the employees are saying, here are the issues. Why is there a almost 20% vacancy rate? There's a lot of reasons, but it starts with the budget and the impacts on the work culture, and we have to do less with less. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Drew. Is there anyone else in the room that wants to speak to this? Do we have any online commenters?
Yes. Caller 7718, I will unmute you and you'll have 3 minutes.
I hope you're listening to what Drew said there. Very disturbing, the comment he just made regarding our healthcare people who sounds like they're mentored. They should, I don't know what the block is there, but somebody really needs to look into that. Healthcare is, you know, it's in Mexico, they pay the doctors to go to school and they spend 3 years in residency. Well, we have to change some general things from Cal Poly on down. I have a friend who's trying to do that, Mark Thurman. When he reaches out to you regarding some help, he's a very smart person and he can help with the healthcare. You need to listen to these people, like the Mark Thurmans out there. It's disturbing that you're at 17.79% with AFSCME. You're burning these people up. You're burning them out. We're going to continue to have problems, and you end up with dissatisfied people, and they're not happy at their jobs, and they're not going to do a good job. So very difficult to do. I highly recommend that as soon as possible you come up, and if it's not $3,000 for those AFSCME people, that you go ahead and you get them the best you can and get that off the table sooner rather than later. We speak about this every single year. For them to go ahead and go through a year of negative attitude until you finally give them that agreement, like similar to what we just did with the sheriff. I bring those forward as quick as we can and get those agreements done. It's just common sense management. It doesn't seem to be happening from the board. And I realize you have limited finances and limited things. There's other things that you have to be creative, and you have to look outside the box and find ways that you can help give these people things that they need. I mean, for a while there was maybe the bus passes. You have, I strongly support you developing workforce housing for your workforce. I think it's something where the money should be spent. Of course, grants are drying up, and that's probably missed the window on that particular one. I think some of these things really need to change. I look at all the vacancies, the list going down there, the vacant positions, which we probably will never see filled again unless things change majorly, but I don't see that happening. So please listen to whatever small thing Drew comes up with there and follow up on it. Give them an opportunity to speak.
That's all on Zoom, Chair.
Great. We're going to take it back to staff for anything they need to say or respond to, and then we'll bring it back to the board.
No, we don't have anything further to add.
Okay, bringing it to the board.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, you can. This is the time to do that.
I thought so. Yeah, I look back, and in 2013, we had 2,231 employees. And as recently as 2024, we had 2,469. So that's a 10% increase in employees, but we have an average of a 10% shortage of employees. Where did this all change, the shortages, or did we have this shortage in 2013? I don't remember, but I should, I guess.
I wasn't in my position in 2013, so I can't speak too much to that. I know that I assume what you're speaking to is like the number of allocations we have. The allocation amounts usually far exceed. You know, we add them at various times. People drop out of them. Like you said, I think we're somewhere floating around like 2,200 employees. And as far as why that vacancy rate exists, like Beth mentioned, it's a variety. Why it's decreased so much from that 24 to 22, I think, is mainly budgetary. And one of the things that we've worked with the CAO's office, they've done most of the work on this, but is those positions were being sort of held in a sense to show like, hey, I still need this or want this, potentially, but it really wasn't reflecting, I would say, the real state of the budget. So
Can we decipher want and need?
Do we decipher want and need? I think that would be something, a question to your board usually. I think there's a lot of wants.
I want a Lamborghini, but I'm driving an 8-year-old pickup. So.
I think that kind of speaks to what Drew's talking about, is what is the want versus what is the need. And we do look to our departments that are the experts in these areas of what is that core mandate, what are we bringing forward to your board in our budget presentations to ask for resources for. I think there has been some work around that, particularly with the CAO's office, to determine where can cuts be made. But ultimately, it does hit your board when departments come and ask, hey, this is a program I want to run, or here are the allocations I want through the budget. That's really where the rubber hits the road, I would say.
Okay, am I done? Okay. Because I just look, I don't know how we evaluate. I just know I look at other counties, and some with more people, much larger budgets, and they're doing it with the same amount of people or less. And I look at that to make sure we're doing everything for the people that are paying the bills for everybody to be successful. I know we've added, but I mean, case in point, 25 years ago, I think the public, and I wasn't here, but I mean, Public Works had 150 employees. I think they're down to 77. So that's a 45-50% drop. We had back then we probably had 14 operating maintenance barns, and I think we're down to 5 or 6. So these are things I'm trying to figure out where the loss is, where the gain is, where we are on all this. And I know a lot of it is just more requirements, but thanks.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you, and thank you, Drew, for those comments. I just wanted to I fully understand and absorb the point about fewer staff doing a lot of work. And I do want to make sure I'm clear, since this is about vacancy rates and understanding that data clearly. I want to be sure I understand whether the vacancy rates are only budgeted positions. We're not including deallocated positions in those vacancy rates. If we're not filling a position and holding it vacant, that is still part of budgeted positions, but we're not considering deallocated positions.
That is
right?
correct. Yeah,
Okay.
just budgeted positions that have not been filled.
So these reflect positions that we're either trying to fill or temporarily holding vacant for some other reason, usually fiscal, but not, do we have a sense of those that are that make up this roughly 18%? Within that, and maybe it was part of the slides and I just missed it, but within that, are there known positions that we're holding vacant? Like what percentage of, do we have a sense of what percentage of those? I know people are kind of cagey about holding those positions vacant because they're
That's a good
often
point.
using it to balance their budgets, but.
Yeah, I would say it'd be pretty hard to know for sure. I think that kind of goes back to the work that the CAO's office has done, is essentially if you have it budgeted, you should be trying to fill it. And if not, we should be deallocating it and, speaking to like having a transparent and like clear budget. So that would be a better question for someone like Jessica about the positions that are budgeted, but they're not maybe looking to fill right now, or there's some reason why we're waiting. That we don't have the data on that.
Okay, I appreciate, and I saw you read his mind and come right up, and thank you. And, I agree in general that it would be good to get an alignment with what positions we're really actively trying to fill so that this is accurately reflecting what we're really aiming for, both for our knowledge and the public's knowledge, but also so that when we have these conversations, it's like, look, we're trying everything to fill these positions, and then we can have a conversation about how to do a better job filling those positions, and it's more targeted. So thank you.
Through the chair, to that question, I think I can clarify a little bit. That is the purpose of our recommendation at the mid-year, to deallocate unbudgeted positions. All departments, in order to keep the position, have to at least budget it at some percentage and express that there's an intent to fill it. And so I will say there are likely a handful out there that they don't intend to fill, that they've budgeted at a very low amount, but most of the vacancies are for filling, and that is the purpose of that recommendation.
Great, thank you. Okay, thanks for all that.
All right, well, we have heard the report, we've taken public comment, we've had some discussion, and now I'm looking for a motion to receive and file.
I'll make a motion to receive and file the presentation, and thanks for doing the required thing that you're supposed to. And I imagine we'll be doing this every year now, and look forward to it next year.
Second.
Great, there's a motion and a second, and before I ask for unanimous consent, I just wanted to say that I know this is a required action that we're doing here to this hearing, but I want to say I found it actually pretty productive, and in that it tells a different story or a different part of the bigger story that we're dealing with in terms of how we do budgets and how we're dealing with and working to support our employee base. And it's great to hear from their representative as well, because we need all those inputs to try and iterate to a better place. And so thanks everyone. And with that, is there any objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, the report has been received and filed, and we are going to move on to our next item.
Can we have a 5-minute break, please?
We are going to have a 5-minute break, and at 5 after 12, we are going to begin our next item, which is the consider a zero-interest loan program to assist homeowners in King Salmon affected by the January flooding event. The item here for consider, I think it's just a discussion and asking for sort of direction from the board as to whether or not that's something we want to have staff work on, which is the consideration of a zero-interest loan program to assist homeowners in King Salmon affected by the January flood event. This is brought to us by Supervisor Bone with, I think, some staff assistance in terms of the staff report. And so I'll let Supervisor Bone kind of open up this discussion. I'll ask for sort of an interpretation of the staff report or understanding from staff, and then we're going to go to those in the audience who we're going to do public comment, and then if our board has questions of those folks who have expertise in this, we'll go from there. So
I don't know if that's on the agenda. The report. I don't know if that's on the. Can we add that onto this? Or I was just talking about it. Anyway.
Supervisor Bone, take it away.
Yeah, and trust me, this is fully a staff report. I had nothing to do with it except it was my idea, because I got requests from people down in King Salmon. I didn't know anything about the SBA loans. I know. I hope they're seamless. I was hoping we could do something very seamless, $300,000 or something like that, to cover their deductibles, which are either $5,000 or $10,000. If SBA wants to give them the money, but I was thinking no interest, kind of like what we tried to help out with Riadale. I know Michelle and I were in Riadale right after it happened because we all knew about it. I had a hell of a time getting anybody down there. I mean, I don't think anybody came down. The Humboldt State crews were great, going around, getting everybody's names. They've been down there for 3 years getting names and talking about doing things. And at the end of the day, there's only a few things that are going to help King Salmon. That's build a dike around the whole thing, which we can't do. Pay to raise everybody's houses. Or in the long run, if this comes to fruition and everything else, buy everybody and let them relocate. But nobody wants to do that, nor would I propose that. So I was just trying to help the people in King Salmon. Now the SBA show up. I appreciate Office of Emergency Services showing up afterwards. I had quite a few phone calls into them on the weekend, but it was the weekend. So I really want to, again, thank staff for putting this together because they did it, Tracy. I really want to thank the sheriff because that was my biggest response was the sheriff on closing the road. Because the biggest thing is there was no reason for anybody to be down there. Gills was closed. There were 2 sewer trucks in the middle of the road, and we ended up having to have 2 people from the sewer department direct traffic. It was a mess. And they were the only agency I had that actually responded to me. I appreciate all the work. I think it's COAD that is doing down there now. I appreciate Maurice and the Grange and everything they're doing. I know they didn't serve very many meals, so they brought the meals to the people, which I appreciated. It was just a thought I had. If they can get it covered, the SBA people are here, and if it's an easy process and they can get that $5,000 or $10,000, I know the SBA is under a little bit of spotlight right now, and I don't know if that affects this up here. It probably affects everything, but that's why I brought it forward. See if we could help out and do what we could. So, and someday I'd really, really like to look at what we consider emergencies and what not emergencies, because Friday it was flooding. Saturday, I stood in the house and watched water come up through the floorboards. Sunday, it started to recede, but were people displaced? No, they didn't have anywhere to go. But the chance of mildew, mold, the appliances, the dumpsters were a great idea, and everybody that was helping with those, that was a great idea because that helped immensely. But there's a lot of people that live down there. I was talking to quite a few people over the 3-day period. And, like Cortopassi said, he's lived there 46 years. He's never had water in his backyard. I got water in my backyard. Now, it was also kind of a super moon. We had a big storm and a high tide. And King Salmon is flooded for years. That's why it's, rated the way it is. But the funny part was, there was no flooding in Fields Landing. Everybody was preparing for Fields Landing, and there was no flooding. And so there was something going on. I don't know if it's the promised dredging that was supposed to be done in King Salmon that has never come to fruition, but it was paid for. I don't know any of that. I'm sure there's experts that can tell me. But I just want to know if there was an appetite to help these people out to the tune of, I'm looking at the 30, 40 homes that probably need it. At 10,000 would be 300. Some aren't going to need it. Some have already made the repairs. Some have the money to do it. But I thought it was a gesture of the county, because at the end of the day, I know there's one property owner down there that's going to tear down 2 houses. He's not going to go through the pain of redoing it. So in the long term, we lose property tax values over the years if people start moving out of there, and this becomes a situation for them.
Okay. So I think what we should do next is I heard COAD mentioned here. So Nick, I want to ask you to come up, if that's all right, and give us a summary of what you perceive occurred, what the response was, and again, basic summary. But what it's in front of us in terms of a discussion item is really around a zero interest loan program to assist homeowners. So I'm going to ask you what you think you know about that, and then we'll kind of start from there, and then I'll ask the others in the audience to come up and give their thoughts on this, and we'll see where we go from there.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me. I really appreciate the county's putting some thought into thinking of new ways to support the community after going through an event like this. We're actively supporting 40-plus households that had major flooding impacts, and we verified those major flooding impacts with the Cal OES and SBA inspection teams, doing property damage assessments, verifying water lines over 18 inches inside and outside of the home. So we're working with those households. We have 9 community members that are currently in emergency temporary housing that we've organized, and expect to see some more displacement as people start tearing out their floors and walls, can't live in them. So out of the property damage assessments and with the SBA and Cal OES, they determined that this was falling under a federal SBA declaration. And that covers a pretty wide region, several counties, but that's because it was part of the storm system and the tidal flooding. So the SBA folks are here to talk about the program. It's a really great loan program, very low cost loans, no payments or interest for the first year. And it's not just for business, it's for businesses, for structure damage, economic injury and loss. It's also for homeowners and renters, and nonprofits can even apply for it too. So we're really excited that this is brought to the community. We have a disaster assistance center set up in King Salmon, or by King Salmon, on Humboldt Hill Road at the Humboldt Grange. It's Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. And we have loan officers here in person from the SBA to walk people through the whole process. So it's not just sending an email or clicking through a website and trying to figure it out on your own. We have navigators here, and then COAD's also at that assistance center as well. And we're providing secondary aid, so housing and food access and things like that.
Okay. Perfect. So, because I want to stick this, I want to put this into sort of the informational part of this. Can I ask someone from SBA to come up and explain how they interpret where they're at in this, and what they would maybe like to see in terms of assistance, or at least just start with what it is you're proposing to do here.
Absolutely. So my name is Danielle Haywood. I am a public affairs specialist for the Small Business Administration's Office of Disaster Recovery and Resilience. I'm just going to provide a few highlights on the program that we have. I do want to first inform you that SBA ODR&R is the #1 source of funding post-disaster nationwide. So we actually provide more funding than even FEMA does. The purpose of our agency is to provide a lifeline that leads to recovery for the communities that are impacted by disaster. So with this, I'm just going to kind of highlight the big points, and then I can definitely take any direct questions. California Declaration 21431 covers the incident which we officially have titled the 2026 Early January Storm Tidal Flooding and King Tides. The occurrence of the storms is December 31st through January 5th. Physical damage application deadline is April 6, 2026, and economic injury deadline is November 3rd, 2026. The interest rates currently for homeowners and renters are 2.875%. For businesses, it is 4%, and for nonprofits, it is 3.625%. In addition to taking out these loans for repairs, homeowners can also apply for up to 20% for mitigation. So they can apply for additional funding that will help mitigate future disasters. So that's our mitigation program is a really strong program, and it's something that we've seen used really frequently in California specifically. Homeowners also have the options of using the loan to refinance or using the loan to relocate. So if they do reach a point where they don't want to rebuild and they want to move elsewhere, that's also an option with our funding. The primary county that's listed in this declaration is Humboldt County. The additional counties of Del Norte, Mendocino, Siskiyou, and Trinity are also included in this declaration, which provides the same financial resources to any of those surrounding counties if they were impacted by the storm system that occurred in those dates, or if they were economically impacted as a business. So just to highlight on the economic side, a business can pursue physical disaster loans or economic injury up to $2 million. And that can help keep the businesses going. If they had to shut down, it can help cover payroll, it can cover rent, it can cover utilities. And then economic injury, the reason that it's open up to 9 months is because sometimes you might not notice the downward trend in business in the first few weeks. But after a couple of months, you might be able to say, hey, we've been on a downward trend, and we can tie it directly to that storm. So that's why we leave that open there. As far as home loans go, it's up to $500,000, and then personal property for renters and homeowners is up to $100,000. So it's a significant amount of funds. Now, we do have people that will sometimes apply just to cover a deductible. So there's a lot of options there. Just a couple of highlight examples. Let's just say that somebody had to go and they took their credit card and they ran to Home Depot and they got whatever they could to immediately address an issue. They can bring those receipts, apply for our loan at our interest rate, and pay their credit card off with the high interest rate and have our loan at the lower interest rate. So we really provide a lot of options for people post-disaster to help them get on their feet and on that road to recovery. And if there's any specific questions, I'll gladly answer those now.
I don't have specific questions, but it looks like I got a couple of supervisors who do. And then after we're done kind of doing this, I want to take it back to our staff to talk about what the proposal might look like, and then we'll bring it back to the public. So Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. I want to hit on a couple of points. I actually, you may have said these, but I heard them from Nick in a conversation yesterday. So I just want to make sure my understanding is correct and highlight these if so. I did hear that it was zero interest for the first year.
That's correct. And it's no interest and no payments for the first 12 months. And that there is no balloon of the interest later. They are 12 months, truly no interest. There's also no early repayment penalties. So if somebody wanted to pay off that loan in the first 12 months, they would pay it off without interest.
Okay, that's great to hear. And then I also understood that there was up to 20% for mitigation.
That's correct.
Could you explain a little bit more about what that means?
Yeah, so just the best way I can kind of do that is to give an example. So let's just say that it's determined that a person qualifies for $300,000 to repair the house back to its original state. They can then apply for an additional 20% for mitigation, and as an example, that could be building a retainer wall that keeps water out. When it comes to like wildfires, defensible space, so things like that, whatever they can do on their property to specifically mitigate future storms is what those funds can be allocated towards.
So that's additional funding above and beyond what they've been approved for the, it sounded like that was like, in your example, 300K for the home and then an additional 60K for the future mitigation efforts?
Correct, yes. As they can apply for an additional 20% for mitigation.
Wow, okay, thank you.
Supervisor. Appreciate it. Glad you're here. Future reference is Del Norte, just so nobody giggles when you say Del Norte.
Okay, I'm from Texas, so.
Y'all understand. Just for future reference.
I appreciate that.
No,
Thank
don't
you.
be upset. Everybody makes you'd be amazed how many news people do that. And up in Del Norte County. So anyway, so if we offered $5,000 or $10,000 no interest over a 3 or 4 year period, however we did it and everything else, and leaned it against the property that we could get it when they sold or did whatever, however we set it up, don't ask me, and ran it through whoever God runs it, or ECDEV or whatever else, does that convolute you guys or anything else? I mean, you guys are doing a great job, and, you know, I just see, you know, I'm just trying to get these people back on the road, because there's still, you know, I go back to the other disasters, Riadale. We still have houses that need help in Riadale.
Yeah, so I definitely can't speak, of course, to any other program besides what we offer, but what I can say is we don't allow, like, in the sense, double dipping. So whether that's grants or other sources of funding, if somebody was going to pursue sources of funding elsewhere, it would reduce the amount that they could be approved of with us by whatever source amount of funding they got from somebody else.
So we're talking $5,000 or $10,000.
Yeah, so
compared to
whatever,
$360,000 or something like that. It's a
yeah, so
drop in the
whatever,
bucket.
if somebody was to pursue multiple avenues of funding, we will not allow double dipping, so that whatever funding they could get approved through us would be reduced by the amount of funding they received from another agency.
And this ease of getting all this money and all this stuff, what's the time frame? How quick would they get their money?
So we are directly funded from the Treasury. There is no third party. So upon approval and acceptance, and it depends, there's terms to that I'm not can't specifically speak on, but from accepting funding and being identified for it to be issued, it's like a 48-hour turnaround. So
So they can apply on Tuesday and get the money 48 hours later?
After approval and acceptance, they can access funding within 48
Okay,
hours.
no, I understand. But just like anybody, just like a
Right.
loan.
Right. So
What
the
is the
biggest thing
approval
is
and acceptance time?
that depends solely on the applicant. So basically
Average.
Yeah, I honestly, I can't tell you a specific time because each person is unique in the sense.
How about the other blue code out there?
Yeah, so the biggest thing is that upon receiving all of the information that we require, so sometimes people don't have the documents they need, that's what holds up our application side. Once we have everything, it doesn't take. I've personally seen somebody apply on a Monday and be approved and able to accept their funding by a Friday, but that isn't an every person thing because they have to have all of their stuff.
So in terms, if the people that had, and I know some didn't have it because their house was paid for, but for the terms of the people that have flood insurance, if they can just get their deductible covered and their, depending on their insurance, would cover everything, the SBA loan, so does that take away? I'm just trying to figure out what will the insurance cover, what will the SBA loan? Will you give somebody money that has insurance?
We do. So what we tell everyone is not to wait on insurance, to come to one of our outreach centers and apply. Our loan officers can work directly with insurance to figure out what insurance is covering. Sometimes insurance doesn't cover everything that needs to be covered, and our assessors will go and look at the damage and cover for actual costs. And sometimes that differs from what insurance will cover. So we encourage everyone to apply, and that we work with them on an individual basis based on their situation to figure out exactly what they can get, factoring insurance and any other.
So in turn, I brought this forward just to see if there was an appetite for it. You guys got everything covered. It's good. It's going to be fast. We don't need to do this program, you're saying?
I mean, I can't speak to what other programs may or may not be offered, but we're definitely here, boots on the ground, with people ready to go, and we're here to help.
Okay, and okay.
All right. I know Supervisor Bushnell has something to add to this. Go ahead.
I don't have something for you. I have a general conversation that I want to have after you're done with the audience. Okay, great.
We're good with your information. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to bring this back to staff for a minute and ask the question, in relation to, we've heard that we did some response in Rio Dell, and I'm wondering, is there a nexus between what we're talking about here and what was done in Rio Dell in terms of what's being asked for in this moment?
As detailed in the staff report, there are some distinct differences for what transpired in King Salmon, primarily of which being a local declaration for an emergency. Now SBA, which came out late last week while this was all brewing on Thursday, they've declared. So, one of my points of direction we would like to hear from your board is what parameters, if we were to implement a program, what parameters would you want on that program? And one of those might be a locally declared or state or federally declared emergency, and does SBA qualify under that? In addition, as you may know, obtaining flood insurance is a requirement through your mortgage lender if you've got a mortgage loan to hold flood insurance if you live in a flood zone, whereby earthquake insurance is not as easily accessible and can oftentimes be far more costly than other natural disaster insurances. King Salmon didn't have any, as far as my latest data through planning and building, didn't have any red or yellow tagged homes, whereas in the earthquakes there were a significant number. So I do think there are some obvious distinctions here between what occurred in the earthquakes versus what occurred in King Salmon. And if your board is interested in developing a program, I would be very curious on your thoughts around the safety walls of that program and what the qualifying criteria would be should you implement this. I do have to just say, because if I don't, then my staff will probably wring my neck when I go back into the office, but administratively, this is not going to be a light lift. We saw that in developing a program in Humboldt, in Rio Dell for the earthquakes, and this would be a full program development that would need to take place. I also hear our prior OES manager, Ryan Derby, and Sheriff Hansel in my head, same message they brought to you when we implemented the earthquake program, that this is a slippery slope for your board to implement programs of this sort. And so weigh that carefully as you make your decisions, because it is not necessarily the local jurisdiction's jobs to step in disasters of this sort. That is really FEMA's role, but as we know, those thresholds are so high, we usually don't exceed those, and obtaining individual assistance through FEMA can be difficult.
Okay, so, Supervisor Bushnell and then Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. I just want to say that I think this agenda item came out of frustration that Supervisor Bone, there was a lot going on that weekend, and when you have 40 homes in your district that are being affected by a natural disaster, it gets the adrenaline pumping a lot. And so I can appreciate him trying to get attention and help for these folks in King Salmon. And I do know that this agenda item, and I haven't spoken to him about it, is probably born out of like frustration. So I want to say that. I have a couple questions around, well, first of all, I want to say that during the earthquake, our board allocated funding. What was that funding source from? Tribal consistency funds?
We don't necessarily have a funding source identified at this juncture.
Earthquake money.
Oh, the earthquake, yes, was the local and tribal consistency funds that were allocated through government.
So we did $1 million that went out to Habitat for Humanity, and I can tell you there are large frustrations around that and their qualifications and getting that money out the door. There's still homes down in Riadel that are waiting. COAD did a great job, and it's just hard to get monies out the door. And so we handed that money off, expected it to go, a portion of that money to go into those homes, and that, by the time administration fees and all the things happened, it was a very small amount. And so I would be curious to know where the funds would be coming from, how would we allocate them? Because we can't give away monies. That's why we used Habitat for Humanity, Planet Habitat. And so how would we even do this when it's, that was why we got the monies out the door and didn't administer it ourselves. And I think I'm going to ask you, and where would we identify this money from? And we would have to have administrative costs around it. It's not going to be easy to set this up. And I want to just say that I really appreciate Supervisor Bones want to help his constituents, but I'm struggling at, and all of us wanting to help these folks, but I'm struggling about where it would come from and can we legally get it out the door and all the things.
Yeah, the funding has not been identified for this particular program, but it would likely be general fund dollars. Your board might recall that we have just over $2 million still unexpended in the local and tribal consistency funds, but we have discussed potentially using those funds for a child care program. So that could impact those conversations. But at the end of the day, those are general fund dollars that are at your board's discretion for allocating. So whether it comes from that pot or another pot is really just shifting money from one pocket to the other. So it would be borne by the general fund, which, as we just heard, it does have some challenges, and protecting that fund balance is important. Administratively, I couldn't even begin to say how much administration would be involved in it, but I can say with the earthquake, it was a significant lift to implement that program, and we are still managing and monitoring that program. That's work that the public information officer in my office manages.
Okay. I think, you have some? I want to take this to public comment right now, and then we'll bring it back to the chambers. Kaylee, is there anyone online?
Yes, Chair. Caller 7718. I will unmute you, and you'll have 3 minutes.
As far as I can tell, FEMA is close to non-existent. We're lucky to have SBA. They may not be around all that much longer either. All these things are going away. I don't think this is a good project to move forward with. I, again, recognize the intent is a good one. I think it's pretty well covered. That's what I used to do down in Calusa when it flooded. We picked up one house 3 feet, and it didn't flood that house afterwards. King Salmon, I think the one we raised was with my brother-in-law, called me down there, and it was going to have a high tide. It was going to flood the house, and And we raised that one, I think, a foot, and it took us like a day and a half or two. And my poor brother-in-law was suffering underneath that house. He just had surgery, but that's what you do. The houses down there that are on slabs that flooded are probably things, unless they're going to convert the lower story to something else and it's two-story, are not feasible to work on. This area will continue to flood. That's unfortunate. Everything aligned pretty negatively like there, and specifically for King Salmon. It's like was mentioned. It was unusual that other areas didn't flood, they prophesied. But I strongly support you possibly coming up with a policy in the future to deal with these kind of things so that you're ready to go and you can have a special meeting with whatever it is, 24 hours notice or something, and start these things earlier in the process. We're already, what, a couple weeks to the wind now, and that time span, that initial is when people need that money. So if you're going to do something, I highly recommend you set up a fund and ability to do this in the future. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this topic.
There's no more on Zoom.
All right, we're going to take it into the room here, and we have a few folks that both have probably public comment on this, some suggestions for direction, and maybe some expertise as well. We're going to shoot for 3 minutes a pop, and we'll see where we go from there. And then if we have other questions for you, we'll do that. So please introduce yourself and start your comment.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much. My name's Netta Roy. I'm a Humboldt County citizen and Eureka property owner. I do have a suggestion, and I brought this up to the city of Eureka. Maybe I came to the different board, but this was kind of meant to be. I'm in the same situation as well. So what I would suggest, there's a beautiful grant. It's called the Homeowners Rejuvenation Project. And it's $75,000 to any home that has been built before 1979, and you don't have to pay it back. And we could create a great knowledgeable home that will help prevent this in the future. My husband and I, we have lived in the Huntington Beach for 23 years. And Huntington Beach actually picked it up and put it on their website, and it has helped out tremendously, and it works. Oh yeah, so you don't have to pay back the grant, however, unless you sell the home. But you don't need to sell your home, you could just pass it down from one generation to the other. So yeah, I think it's a beautiful suggestion. And I hope we could put this on the website, and it's a grant that comes through the state. The reason I wanted to do it on the city of Eureka was because then it would create a symbiosis or juxtaposition you could put between the state and the city. So, and it could be done in any of the other towns as well. So thank you very much. And if you have a computer, oh my goodness, you could look it under Homeowners Rejuvenation Project. And the best way to find it, just put in Huntington Beach afterwards. And it gets right to it. And you could see how it was done. Please forgive me for bringing another city into it. But I think it's a great idea, and I hope you guys look into it. Thank you so much, and I appreciate you letting me speak. And I would love to see this happen because it would help me and my family out tremendously. And I have some other great suggestions for that as well. Have a lovely day. Thank you.
All right, next.
Okay, my name is Phyllis Coy. I'm a resident of Eureka. However, I am not opposed to the county giving zero interest loans to the victims of the flooding in King Salmon. I'm sure any assistance they receive will be greatly appreciated. However, I do feel that the Board of Supervisors should be very cautious when going into the loaning business. I understand that recently there was established funds available and can be applied for both by businesses and individuals from the SBA. If you vote to have zero interest loans Or are you also going to be issuing zero-interest loans to the victims, both businesses and individuals, who were affected by the major fire that occurred in Arcata during the first weekend in January of 2026? I understand the affected businesses and individuals do not qualify for any SBA assistance. Please consider this request for the Arcata victims. I will be bringing in copies of this request for each of you later on today. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you.
And someone left their pen.
All right.
Hi, thank you, Supervisors. My name's Lori Richmond. I work for Cal Poly Humboldt and California Sea Grant. And I've been working on a project. I want to give you some background on a project that actually the county staff is leading, John Ford's department, in collaboration with the Department of Public Works, has been doing a project funded by the California Coastal Conservancy. And the project involves developing a vulnerability assessment of, Supervisor Bowen, you had a lot of questions about what's causing the flooding and what is the flood risk. And there's some analysis happening by engineers now that we actually have a meeting I'd love to invite you to at the end of April. We'll kind of present that work to understand where the flooding's been and to discuss adaptation ideas and alternatives. And Cal Poly Humboldt is supporting that project on the community engagement piece. So we did a household survey, we did interviews, and we've held workshops in the community to kind of discuss this issue. And we just happened to be on hand during that flood event because we always go to during the biggest tides. And I'd really like to call out Clara Riggio and Kaylin Sepp, my two graduate students who kind of pivoted from being graduate students to kind of being disaster responders and delivering meals and collecting data and things like that. So we've played a key role, and I want to make sure that supervisors are aware of that there is a detailed assessment and analysis going on to have better information and to think about what are the possibilities to adapt into the future, and maybe even thinking about a loan program like this, making sure that has some dialogue with some of those long-range planning that's happening. And I'll say, Supervisor Bone, everyone we talked to has been so thrilled that you've been really present and advocating for them, and this idea of that some folks can't even afford the deductible to get the insurance. So I think thinking about a creative solution is amazing. I'd really like to call out Nick from COAD. It's been amazing to see him work. Bringing the SBA in here is like on the ground resources to get that money right away. And I think the extent that we can do outreach to make sure communities are aware of that benefit. And I think even if they just get their names on file, they can make decisions about how much and things over a long period of time. So really do outreach to get folks considered there. And I'd like to call out the county and the Public Works Department who brought in those dumpsters. And even that question of why wasn't there flooding in Fields Landing, I think some of it has to do with the timing of rain and things like that. But also the county did a big clear out of the ditches, which is something they haven't done for a while. And I think that may have played a role in really facilitating that. So really like to call them out of really taking attention onto these communities. So thank you.
Yeah, let's get done with public comment and then we'll go to
It's of
questions.
Lori.
Oh, by all means.
She's up here. I think you shouting out the response of your little minions down there from the one of the meetings we had at Johnny's, the original meeting where a lot of the residents showed up. Your people on the ground were my contact for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday because we didn't have a lot of contact with anybody else except the sheriffs that came in and we finally put up the road closed sign ourselves. But your staff did a great job, and the knowledge they had with everybody down there, they created a relationship. I mean, I was down talking to quite a few and everything else, and so I shouted out earlier about you, and I can shout out now that you guys have done a great job. At the end of the day, when we're done doing this study, there's really not much we're going to be able to do except maybe get the channel dredged, the harbor. the Harbor District has the money, or had the money, and I hope we get some follow-up on that. And if not, we're going back to PG&E and saying, hey, what's up? So,
Yeah, my understanding, like the way physics works, even if you dredge the channel,
No.
like water still.
it's not going to make
reach
much
that-
of a difference.
It won't
It's
make
the
much of
idea
a difference.
it's
yeah.
just getting that cleaned out like we promised.
Yeah.
And as far as the runoff, I don't know. I don't think we have a good answer why Fields Landing didn't flood. I mean, I know it might, like you
Yeah.
said, it could have been the water runoff, but I don't know. It was pretty amazing. We have done a lot of work down there, but I really wanted to shout out to your people. They did a fantastic job, and they were very helpful to me when I asked questions. So, thanks, kids.
All right. Thank you. Is there any more comment in the room before we have a discussion around what it is we might be doing to address this and to move forward or not, and how that might be? I'll just take the prerogative of asking a question, which is it possible to work through third-party organizations in order to deal with some of the administrative issues around this while providing funding, such as maybe through HAF or a REDAC or actual loaning institutions that we work with to do that kind of loaning, as opposed to doing it ourselves? Because what I do know is from our experience, we're not good at doing individual loans to constituents or homeowners or business owners in general. So it's just not, we don't have the staff for it. We're just not the institution that does that. So, but we do support, or, we are part of JPAs that do this kind of loaning to institutions, to individuals and businesses. And I'm just kind of wondering about that as a potential venue.
Yeah, that is certainly something that we would explore. The thing running through my head right now, though, is that a zero interest loan, typically that interest is, to cover some of those expenses around administration and to offset risk and things of that sort, which is why government agencies don't tend to be lenders. So how that would work, because a third party will expect a piece of the pie for that work and certainly aren't going to do it for free. How that would function is to be determined. We do also have our auditor controller hovering in the hallway over here, and I suspect there's probably implications to our audited financials that he's stewing on out there, so I'm curious for his input.
This would be, based on the volume, would be a pretty small impact to our audited financials. So as far as our net position, I don't have a significant concern. Usually when you see me hovering, it's also workload related. Also not very concerned there. This is more just, there's a pretty significant administrative setup and onboard to this kind of thing. And the auditor controller is required by government code to track all loans due to the county. So I'm hovering just to assess what that may or may not look like, more than I'm looking to provide input to this one.
Okay. I'm going to bring this back to Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. I've been patiently waiting. I so appreciate it. I do just want to give some accolades. SBA is here, after working with COAD and others really hard to show up in government time incredibly quickly, and even just in regular people's time. This is a pretty fast turnaround for you to be here on the ground with people ready to help folks complete their applications and get funding in hand within a few days after the processing. So that's pretty incredible. Thank you. I see two SBA folks in SBA logo jackets, so really appreciate you. And just so appreciate OES. I know we have Patrick Esch here, our interim OES director, and then Humboldt COAD, we already heard from Nick, and the Fields Landing King Salmon Living with Water project lead, Lori Richmond, and graduate student Clara, who are here. And I just want to appreciate the direct engagement you've had. You are county collaborators and partners. All of you are, but this Fields Landing King Salmon project is in direct partnership with the county. I know that, you know, without you, we could not have received the funding and be carrying out this work. So, and I think it's going to answer many of the questions we've talked about up here today. So that's really meaningful, and you were really those first line of essentially disaster workers, along with some other folks. But that was really, really powerful. So thank you. I do, from what I've heard, it really sounds like the SBA can act very quickly. Whereas we need to develop a process. We need to be sure that we're not running afoul of any issues administratively or with gift of public funds. You know, this is for private property, and as much as the need is urgent and folks have very real concerns about meeting their deductibles and paying for their needs, from what I heard today, it sounds like that the SBA suite of options might work well for folks, whereas we would just not be able, we can't just like cut checks to people without a process. So I am very interested though, like I appreciate Supervisor Bone bringing this up, and it really brings to the fore what I think some of our partners in the community see as a need is for the county to really kind of think through how we fill gaps. And, you know, we are the decision-making body around county funding, and so I think it makes sense for one or more of us to be on an ad hoc potentially to talk through what gaps might we struggle to fill in our disaster response infrastructure, and how would we play a role in that. I think that conversation and with our partners and us being in the loop on that would be really beneficial, so that next time something inevitably happens, we have a means to do that. I'm really interested in exploring, you know, something where we are able to work with a partner like REDAC or North Edge or HAF, some other entity, to meet immediate needs. But I also don't want to duplicate efforts that, you know, the state has in place or other efforts. So I think I need to learn a lot more about it. I'm recognizing that in this conversation. I've learned a lot just in the last few weeks from those who are experiencing this, and I would, you know, the bottom line of the county doesn't want to do a zero interest loan program to help people is going to sound bad, but I think there's just, we're not poised and ready to do it. So I would prefer to really support and promote the SBA loan program, and give a platform to those who are already doing this work around vulnerability and options, and really lift up the work that they're doing, and then see if we would like to establish an ad hoc to meet with some of the folks who do disaster response, who are eager to meet with us around how we can be just filled in around assessing those gaps. And I do want to acknowledge this is the purview of OES largely, but since we make the funding decisions, I do think it would be beneficial for us to just be part of the conversation.
Supervisor Bone?
And let's go back. I just brought that, it wasn't just because it was Fields Landing agencies. I know I worked side by side Michelle during the earthquakes in Rio Dell. It was just an area that needed some help, and I decided to throw this out there. Remember, this was all brought forward before SBA showed up. I don't know how busy they are, and I don't know if they, you know, I know we had quite a turnout for Rio Dell and stuff like that, and I know we have local people with Cal OES and our local OES. I'd feel comfortable with them deciding how we move forward is what particular thing we have. I'm willing to. I'm not gonna be butthurt if you guys don't do this, but I'm fine with that. But you know, we can make it happen, and to help support SBA, and hopefully these people that are having to get all this documentation and everything else will want to follow through with it. So.
Okay. One question I have is, there was a proposal or a discussion around doing a disaster declaration of some kind or another. Is that still on the table? Is it useful? Is anyone asking us to do this in terms of making available funding from some one agency or another?
I could defer to Patrick if he wants to address this, but I will say, as it is with any disaster, I stay in close communication with the sheriff and say, hey, are you planning on declaring something? Typically, it has to do with the damage assessments and whether we meet some certain thresholds. But Patrick might be able to speak more to the evaluation process that took place in OES around whether to declare an emergency or not, and where they are right now. I do also believe that there's a certain time frame that we have to declare and that may have passed in this situation, but Patrick can address that, I think.
Hi, everyone. Just for clarity, I am not the interim. Lieutenant McCall is as of February 2nd, so I would defer to him and the director, aka Sheriff, to have these answers. I'm just really here to support everyone who's done a wonderful job, so I want to defer to them.
Okay. I don't know if that's an answer that I was looking for, but I don't know. Is someone on Zoom here that can answer that question?
No.
No. Okay.
I bet the SBA folks or other folks in the room do know. They're all sitting up really
Yes,
upright. Nick is sitting the most
Nick,
upright.
Nick, why don't you come forward as sort of the aggregating,
Sure.
knower of things, and tell us what you think.
I think we had a lot of these questions after the earthquake on levels of declarations, where they come from. There's still kind of that hasn't really been identified. I think those frameworks exist at the state and federal level, so anybody can look them up to see those pathways. But we don't have that really defined locally on like which county department is doing what and who's being activated. I heard the differences in the staff report about the program between the tagging of homes between Rio Dell and what happened in King Salmon. These are decisions that were just made in the moment, that whether an agency was being sent out or not to even start that inspection process. And earthquake damage is a lot different than flooding damage. It's just, it's hard to compare two different disasters to each other. What I would really recommend to the county is to, maybe it's a committee that forms or something, or just have some of these discussions so that there's a really clear understanding about what these declarations mean and what types of programs they open up. Almost every federal disaster assistance program requires some form of declaration as a point of entry. We were able to kind of get around that with the USDA last time, and we started researching what other agency programs we could possibly access in the absence of FEMA funding. And SBA was part of that. And so we, based on our experience with the USDA the last time around, we gave SBA a call because that was a quicker and more substantial resource. So I think declarations is a big thing that should be talked about. Proclamations are great. They don't open up these federal programs, though. Those are declarations that need to happen.
And so my direct question is there a declaration right now that anyone would recommend that would open up something that we feel like needs to be done? I mean, we're in this moment, in this space.
Aside from a full-on federal presidential declaration, we currently have a federal SBA declaration. That's what was secured. Now that opens up SBA programs, doesn't open up everything else. On top of this declaration, I think you're looking at a higher level federal declaration, which would be challenging to get.
Gotcha. Okay. Supervisor Bushnell and then Supervisor Arroyo. Stay right where you are. I think there's some more questions for you.
Yeah, I don't have a question for you, but thank you for that information. And I'm hesitant to talk about, because I know that the declaration for county is through the sheriff, and he's not in the room, and so I'm a little, reluctant to say what we're gonna do there because it's not us, it's him. And then also I wanted to know around Supervisor Arroyo's comment of an ad hoc. Alicia, that probably is my question to you. What would an ad hoc look like? Who would administer that? What would be the purpose of it?
Would you like me to clarify what I meant a little bit more, and then Alicia could fill in just a little tiny bit more from me? So I think what I heard was that in talking to a few folks around this disaster, that it would be helpful to have some conversations where the soups are at least in the mix, to talk about how we fill gaps, and whether that's a revolving loan program or something else, to have a conversation about that. But it could be tied to this item in that one of the recommendations we could bring back would be whether to establish a revolving loan program in cooperation with some partner in response to disasters in the future. It does seem like the window for it seems like 30 days or less. So we're past that point for a lot of declaration related stuff. But I think that's what my intent was with the ad hoc.
Yes. I mean, it's your board's purview for sure. So if your board is interested in developing an ad hoc to have these ongoing planning conversations, then certainly this is the intent of this item. We're seeking your board's direction on what you would like us to do moving forward.
Who would, thank you for the clarification. It's on. The mic's on. Can you hear me? Who would help with that ad hoc? You know, it's always a lot for folks, and then ad hocs go on forever, and we sometimes don't get things done. So what does that look like? Is it you? Is it the COB? Is it who?
I have an idea.
I mean, it's probably.
Which is to create an ad hoc to bring back an item that would establish an ad hoc, which is basically what I'm saying is I would propose that Supervisor Arroyo and Supervisor Bushnell get together with staff and the OES and COAD to talk about what is needed and bring something back, an item back about how we might move forward with a strategy on that.
Thank you for that. I would ask Supervisor Bone, though, since he brought this item forward, if he's interested in that position on an ad hoc.
And I think Supervisor Bone had some other comments, so I'm going to send it right back to you.
I sometimes love this board. We're ad hoc to start an ad hoc, which I think what we do is I would like this directed as supervisor, as I'm listening to this, the one that does all the announcing and everything else is the sheriff. We're talking about circumventing the sheriff and starting an ad hoc to start an ad hoc for a job the sheriff already does. So what I would like to do is maybe have the sheriff ask him if he thinks this works. Now this is, and I'm going to go back to what we tried to do. I don't know if we need an ad hoc for that. I don't know. I mean, OES, IE would be the sheriff. And I appreciate what Nick's doing, and I don't have a question for you, so you're okay. Anyway, I know they're a fairly new organization. I appreciate everything you've done. I appreciate what happened in Riadale. We gave $1 million to them. I don't even think that's all been used yet, has it?
No, there's still monies there, but
yeah.
There's still monies there.
All right. So what I'm saying is, I don't know the announcing of an emergency. I mean, FEMA's, what was that, 63 million, 120 million? I mean, I heard a couple different numbers. So, I mean, we're going to hit these numbers when they hit. And a small revolving loan program is no different than giving $5 million or $5,000 no interest loans. It's still going to be a burden for our county to do and to handle. So what I said is, this was one project. I think if we want to bring something forward, how we deal with emergencies, but we've got this far without doing it. I think we could probably go on this forward, our nonprofits, and pay it forward, and all those can go ahead and keep moving as nonprofits forward. If we start telling them what to do, we're going to have to put them on our payroll. So I think we should probably let the sheriff decide what he thinks the best way to go is. And that's just me. And we'll go from there. The other thing is I didn't address Humboldt Community Services District. Humboldt Community Services District was there 24/7 for 3 days, directing traffic till we got the road closed, pumping and hauling sewer continuously to the sewer plant because it overflowed sewer for health and safety reasons. So they probably had the biggest hit and the biggest, but they had 2 trucks, I think, running round-arounds. So I want to thank them. Yeah.
I'm just going to jump in just to say that the sheriff's important and OES is important, but we're talking about resilience, recovery, rebuilding. And when we talk about emergency services under the sheriff's purview, typically that is keeping people safe immediately around the event. What we're trying to talk about here is something different. And so while I appreciate that the sheriff has a role under OES, and which is I have been openly critical of that role because in many other communities it's under a different department, specifically because most people don't imagine the sheriff's department being involved in the resilience, recovery, and rebuilding part of what we're talking about here. And so, again, important role, but I think what we're being asked to address here is beyond what I believe even the sheriff imagines his role to be, which is really helping people in the time of what they call the emergency. But we're talking about the back end of that, which lasts for days, weeks, months, and even years. And so I want to make sure, and what I'm feeling is that I really appreciate that COAD was created to address that, and has done a wonderful job considering all of the human beings that are involved, and organizations, and the resources, both the ones that are there and the ones that are challenging to address, to get to. So what I think, if we're not going to be talking about funding today, minimally, I think I would love it if a few supervisors could work with staff, the sheriff's office, COAD, and others to address how the county might just be better prepared to be a good partner or a better partner in sort of the longer term recovery in these situations. That's all I think is probably we're going to come out of this meeting today, which I still think will be very positive. So I'm hoping for some kind of motion to create that or move that forward, whatever that may look like. That's what I have. And Supervisor Bushnell.
So I'm happy to make a motion, but I first want to ask Supervisor Bone, are you interested in doing this? Or I'm happy to do it if you're not, but I want to give you the opportunity. So I will make a motion that we form an ad hoc with Supervisor Arroyo and myself and the Sheriff's Department, which would be OES, and the CAO's office to talk about, and to include COAD probably, I would imagine, to talk about what this looks like, disaster recovery long-term for the county, and to come back and report to this board, I would think in 4 months, or leave it open-ended.
I'll leave it open-ended. I would prefer that, yeah.
Okay, so that would be my motion. Kaylee, did you capture that?
So I did.
Okay.
I'll second, but I just do have a clarifying question.
Sure.
I just want to make sure, it sounds like we're skipping the ad hoc to make the ad hoc, and we're just making the ad hoc, which I think is great, to bring back some simple recommendations about future next steps. I don't think this ad hoc is going to last forever, but to just do some listening with our community members and again, this isn't to step on the sheriff's toes or OES's
This is
toes.
including OES and the sheriff.
It's
so-
certainly doing that. I was just saying that to kind of respond to Supervisor Ben's concerns. But we're the ones that get asked, like, what's the county doing? And then get asked for money. So I think we need to be in the loop about where our community partners and OES feel that there's any room for us to play a role, particularly in that quick response and then the recovery piece. So I support the motion. Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, just a point of order that this item today is specifically discussing king salmon, not necessarily general emergency response. But that being said, I hear you. We'll just need to bring a formal agenda item to have that conversation. And I'll specifically reference the two of you as potential appointees to the ad hoc and who the other members and the intent of that conversation will be.
I think that could probably come on consent, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Awesome. And one more comment from Supervisor Arroyo.
I just want to acknowledge, I think there was a little confusion, or I saw a little bit of a, the money that we allocated for what, in response to the earthquake did not go to COAD. It went to no, I think someone else did, but I can't remember honestly. It just got, we're not, we had another Habitat for Humanity working with COAD in coordination with community members and with us. But anyway, I think this is a great move. I do just want to say that, everyone who's in the room who's come to speak about this today are community members, but also community partners. And so thank you for your partnership and for showing up to do this work and making sure that we have access to resources like SBA.
Thank you.
Is there a motion to receive and file? Or it's not even receive and file. What would the motion be?
We have the motion, and Kaylee, can you repeat it?
Yes, it is to form an ad hoc with supervisor.
To direct staff to
direct
return
staff.
to form an ad hoc.
Great. Just one little side note I want to put out there is that out in the world, graduates from what was HSU and now Cal Poly are highly sought after because they have real world experience. And this is just an example of great programming from some of the most dedicated staff and folks there at Cal Poly to integrate and put our grads and our students into the communities in which they're learning from. And I just have to tell you that these kinds of experiences, although tragic in their overall sense, the experience and the help that we get from our university is just something I think we should all be proud of, and so I'm just grateful for that. Kind of below all of the other gratitude we have for everybody else that has done all the hard work here. So appreciate that. And with that, if there is any opposition to unanimous consent, and seeing none, we will be back here at 1:30 to do our closed session.
Thank you.
I don't know about that. All right, so want to read us into closed session?
Thank you, Chair Wilson. It is the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Section 54956.9D1 in order to discuss existing litigation in the case of Citizens Protecting Humboldt Bay versus County of Humboldt et al., Humboldt County Superior Court Case Number CV 2201594.
Great. Do we have public comment?
We do. Caller 7718, I will unmute you and you'll have 3 minutes.
Well, I think this is the last comment for 2 weeks here, so that's great. Basically, this is a case, I think it's if I recall, Scott Fraser is the main person who's bringing this to you, Citizens Protecting Humboldt Bay. It had to do with my understanding with a water intake that was proposed for Nordic Aqua Farm, which no longer appears to be moving forward with the project. Knowing Scott there, I think he has Mark Wolf on that, but it was a top shelf attorney. And I can't understand why this hasn't settled out quite a while ago. This is basically not on the table. And it just doesn't sound like I think maybe this was before Joel Campbell Blair came along. And this is what happens. The difference between, my opinion, an in-house attorney of Joel's caliber and hiring some outside firm which has no incentive whatsoever to settle and get things off your plate. So, again, I hope that in the future you can have Joel handle these things, or somebody of his caliber, get somebody else in there or clone him, and hopefully you'll get this settled. I don't think it's a major one. You probably have some court costs or legal fees that you they may be entitled to receive from the county. Hopefully that you'll report out a closed session that some settlement has been reached on this one, and you have a rough time frame as far as when you will be reporting out. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we ready to go into closed session? Anybody in the room? Nope.
I would estimate that we will be in closed session for approximately 30 minutes.
Okay. I hope you're right. We go into closed session. Mr. Black, how are we on all the technicalities here? We're rolling. Ready to roll. Okay. Mr. Miles, would you like to report out?
Thank you, Chair Wilson. There was no reportable action taken with regard to item G1.
All right. Everybody happy? End of meeting? No meeting for the next 2 weeks. And no meeting for the next 2 weeks. Whoop, whoop. See you guys later.